Good morning, everybody. How is everybody doing this morning? Let's see, let's get started with Stream Raiders. We are going to play a new game today. I've been wanting to play it. I didn't know what to play today, so I was like, you know what? Let's start playing this game. I don't know how long it is. It's like a story type game, so we will see how it goes. I don't think I have the... Thank you for the alert, Cody. Right, exclamation point play to get into the breeze. Also, we need to set up, I didn't set up the game, so let me go ahead and make a new game capture. I also need to make an audio capture for it. Go ahead and bring that down a bit. There we go. I need to make an audio capture for it. There we go. It's making like a howling sound.
Dear reader, allow me to introduce you to my book. Though it might at first appear like many books you've come across, it is far from ordinary. You may, therefore, have some misunderstandings about its nature. The story that awaits you has not been fully told. In fact, its conclusion is not yet known, even to myself. It is in that way that my book is special. It is in that way that you are special. Without you, there is no story. Chapter 1. Normal isn't what it used to be. This is a story about change. Nestled in a shallow valley is the town of Beacon Pines. Far from the town square, across the river, past the neglected welcome sign, a young boy walks alone at dawn. His name is Luca Van Horn, and like you, dear reader, he's here for a reason.
Okay, it's like an interactive story. One more for the race. Alright. Hey, Dad. How are things going? Today's the first day of summer vacation. I start middle school next year, I guess. Okay, so this is a decent length. I have never played this game before. And all of those foods sound really good. Also, good morning, Dulcie. Yes, I noticed that you slept in. I start middle school next year, I guess. I was 6 years old when you died. And it's been 6 years now. From here on out, you'll have been gone longer than you were here. It feels like that should mean something. Mom always said that this tree was your favorite spot in the world. Me too. Hey, Luca. I knew I'd find you here.
Rollo was Luca's closest friend. He possessed many fine qualities, but subtlety was not one of them.
Well, after I begged on your door till your gran answered, and after I checked the pond and climbed up the treehouse, then I knew I'd find you here.
Rollo finally noticed the tears welling in his friend's eyes, and the flowers on the grave.
Oh yeah, right. You and your mom always did this on your dad's birthday. Yeah. I didn't know if you were going to keep doing it now that your mom's gone too. She's not gone. She's just missing? Sorry, I meant to say since she went missing. She's gonna come back, Rollo. Of course she is. Okay, Dad, see you next time. Think I'm ready to get out of here. Sure, lead the way. This is a cute storybook looking game. Ooh. Aww, I got this sniffles because of the little thingies. It's cute. And good morning. Oh, what happened? Oh, I gotta hit C.
Wonderful! I had a good feeling about you from the moment you opened my book. That charm is a very special thing. Very special indeed. Keep hold of it for now. Its purpose will reveal itself soon enough.
It happens. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. The whole reason I was looking for you. I was wondering what you'd ever get to that. I found the perfect way to start our summer. How's that?
Rollo looked to the side suspiciously.
Not here. They might be watching. They who? Shh! Not so loud. We need to do this in a secure location. Mission control. Alright, I just have to tell Gran and then we can head out. What are you gonna tell her? I don't know, I think of something. If it's all the same to you, I'll meet you at the welcome sign. Your Gran still kinda wigs me out. I don't do well with new people. She moved in like a year and a half ago. Just meet me at the sign when you're done. Suit yourself, I won't be long.
Dear reader, forgive me for this interlude. Remember that charm you found in the dandelion patch? There are more of those special charms to discover throughout Beacon Pines. They've been known to reveal themselves to those who are willing. Some of them can be found in this very house. Since Gran had moved in, the house was more peaceful, more orderly, and more covered in flowery fabric. the fire. She kept a warm house, as if by grandmotherly obligation. One of his father's old stethoscopes. Luca had spent countless hours listening to anything and everything with it. Not for years, though. Just some dusty knickknacks. An array of prepared meals crowded the refrigerator.
I don't know about lazy, but a lot of people say
Each
feed
labeled
yourself.
with the day of the week. A pair of dull scissors, a broken can opener, a mostly empty bottle of glue, and some loose string.
Why does it read everything except for what the characters are saying? Makes no sense to me.
The only piece of furniture Gran had brought when she moved in was an old hutch. Oh my! This is quite exciting! I am now certain that you are the one I've been waiting for all these years. You'll recall I was a bit coy regarding the use of charms earlier. Excuse me, I tend to have a flair for the dramatic. You are about to encounter your first turning point. There are certain times in this tale when everything hinges on a single word. Step forth, dear reader. A sturdy old wheelbarrow. Young Luca would spend hours hiding in the bushes, waiting for a chance to jump out and startle his mother. She always enjoyed humoring him by feigning terror. A beginner's guide to gardening laid open on the bench.
Hey, Gran, I'm gonna go. For Pete's sakes, go change out of your pajamas before you say another word. But nothing. Inside clothes are for inside, and outside clothes are for outside.
Lucas stared at his feet and muttered under his breath.
Mom always let me wear my pajamas in the garden. Well, Eleanor isn't here, is she? Now go upstairs, change, and then we'll talk.
Right, of course. I forgot about the pajamas.
Grandma's like, I run a tight ship.
Luca paused at his parents' bedroom door. He just wasn't ready to go in yet. Gran had commandeered the upstairs closet when she moved in. Some things need shelter from a young boy's mischief, she said.
Why is there two beds in here?
Luca tossed on his favorite old sweater. Even though it was the first day of summer, a chill still hung in the air. Gran's moving in meant that most of Luca's things had been crammed in the corner. Luca was somewhat annoyed by the situation.
Hi, Lakari. How are you doing this morning? Oh. Janice got first in the race, winning the star car, and I got second. GG's. Let's try the Paradise circuit. Alright, exclamation point play to get into the next race. Oh, he must be sleeping.
Gran's bed was undisturbed. Luca didn't mind that she had a habit of falling asleep in front of the fireplace. It meant that he could read late into the night.
Alright, let's try this again. Okay, I'm gonna go hang with Rolo for the day. See you later. Hold up now. Where are you and Roland headed exactly? Oh, nowhere
The
special.
less Gran knew, the better for everyone involved.
We were just gonna ponder, hide, chill for the day.
We were just gonna go chill for the day.
We were just gonna go chill for the
The
day.
best lies are built on truth.
You boys always in a hurry to do nothing. We stick to what you're good at. Well, make sure you're done chilling in time for supper.
Easy. Impressive. You've managed to navigate your first turning point without too much of a mess. That is the power of charms. A single word can change everything. I think it's time to introduce you to the Chronicle. The Chronicle is a record of the decisions you've made. You can see the turning point which has been revealed. At any time, you can use the Chronicle to go back and invoke different charms, creating new branches. Luckily for us, this is the one and only turning point where the charms won't dramatically alter fate. It's the perfect opportunity to experiment with rewriting things. We were just gonna go ponder for the day. This was Luca's chance to sell his alibi.
You know, big stuff, small stuff, medium, mostly medium ponder.
Nailed it.
Well, make sure you don't overburden yourself with a preposterous of pondering. Oh, forget it. Off with you now. Oh, and Luca. You and Rose stay out of trouble. I know. Get into trouble with... Oh, God. Grandma says stay out of trouble. The next quest objective is get into trouble. Come on. Dang it, Rolo.
For a town that saw few visitors, the welcome was perhaps more grand than necessary.
You know the drill. Don't let anyone discover our secret path.
Chapter 2. Welcome to Beacon Pines. For many years, this valley had been a small mining outpost. It wasn't until Sharper Valentine built his fertilizer company that Beacon Pines was established. Over the next 30 years, the town had grown and prospered until the foul harvest and his sudden death. In the 6 years since, everyone was simply trying to get by.
Hey, Mr. Kerr. Hey there, pal.
William Kerr was the CEO of Perennial Harvest Company. He had become a fixture around town over the past few years. After the failing of Valentine fertilizer, the town was hungry to welcome a new source of employment.
Excited for the big festival? Oh, sure. Come on now. When I was your age, there was nothing more exciting than a town festival. The food, the music, the dancing. Sounds pretty alright. Your gosh dang it is. I'm looking forward to letting off some steam myself. Make sure to invite all your little friends. I couldn't keep Rollo away if I tried. Sure. Sure, look, I gotta get back to heroic Gradstone. Our harvest awaits and all that. Oh, now. Let's sigh a little now. Sorry, Mr. Van Horn. I can't talk now. Very busy with preparations.
Mayor Augustus Valentine was not busy.
Oh, sorry, guys. How many times do I? It's Mayor Bound.
Flustered, Gus instinctively loosened his tie.
Keep up the good work. I must briefly attend to concerned citizens. Huh? It's nothing. Keep at it. Alright, what can the mayor of Beacon Pines do for you today? Oh, just say hi, I guess. Well, good day to you too again, Mr. Van Horn. Wow, the mayor's like, look, I'm making it look like I'm busy when I'm really not.
Mr. Sinclair continued snoring and lifted one eyelid just enough to see who it was, a tactic he often used to avoid undesirable conversation.
Don't you see I was sleeping, boy? How's the napping today? Crummy as always. It used to be perfectly nice view from here. Deborah's harvest put that monstrosity of a building in the way. Why don't you just move your chair a bit? Why should I be the one that moves? If it's a showdown they want, I ain't gonna be one who blinks. Oh goodness. Come on, Andy, grab his wallet. I'm sorry, I can't. Do it, or I'll pound you. Yep. Yeah, but my mom said, yeah, but. If I had every nickel for every yeah, but, I'd be a freaking king of nickels. Ain't that right, Trish? Yep. Mr. Van Horn, do you have a moment? It's just Luca. Golly, sorry, it's my first week at Pearl Harvest.
He pulled a pen from the pocket of his sweater vest and began to frantically jot something down on a clipboard.
Wonderful, it won't happen again. If we're gonna be the first name basis, then you can call me Pete. Oh, nice to meet you, Pete. Sorry, what are you writing? Oh, just documenting. Gosh, it's exciting to be a part of something so darn special. You know, it's not just about new fountains and phone booths. We're gonna change the world. And it all starts here in Beacon Pines. Isn't it that amazing? Uh-huh. Anyways, better get... Oh, that reminds me. I'd love to hear your thoughts. My thoughts? You bet. If we're gonna change this town, we need to get every detail right. That sounds intense. Ha 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 ha. Gee, the world is intense. So what'd you say? Could you answer a few questions? Well, I guess if it's quick. Wonderful. Opening answer. A few quick questions. One down. See, it's not that hard, is it? Oh, okay, we're going already. Question 2. What is something you love about Beacon Pines? I've never really thought about it before. Perfect. The only place I've lived. See, that wasn't so
He'd
painful.
stopped scribbling and glanced up from the clipboard.
Was it? I guess not. Our first 3 questions answered in record time. Are you really right? Are you literally writing down everything? Thank you so much for your time. I need to process these answers. You can save the rest of your thoughts for later. Okay. He does not look impressed. Okay, harvest awaits. Hey Justin, is that line playing any tunes today? No bites this morning, I'm afraid. Come to think of it, I can't remember the last time I reeled one in. But hey, it was never about the catch. This is where I come to think. Yeah, that's what my dad used to do here. That reminds me. If you ever want his chair back, I've taken to stand in recently. Keeps me from falling asleep at the wheel. If you don't mind, I think it should stay. Not at all. An empty chair makes for a great listener.
Whenever Luca saw his dad's chair by the pond, it reminded him of the days they'd pack up a couple of sandwiches and fish until sundown.
Go pick out your bait from the tackle box, buckaroo.
Luca opened the tackle box and picked the perfect bait. Luca tied a shoestring to the hook. What fish could resist a nice shoestring? Luca tied a shoestring. What fish could resist a nice shoe?
I call it a moldy old boot. There, where do you think the other one is? Hard to say. Sometimes things drift away. That's not fair. No, it's not. Well, whatever it is. I hope that other boot at least has a sock to keep it company.
Luca gently baited a feather onto the hook. Good for skimming the surface.
Bought a rubber ducky. Well, I'll be switched. It's your old rubber ducky. You were just a little darling ball of fur when you lost that. Cried for days. I told you it'd turn up.
Luca tied a shoestring. What fish could resist a nice...
Do we just keep fishing, or we gotta actually manually get out of here? Or just recaught the boot. Time for stream burritos. Yeah, I'm liking the game so far. I knew it was different, but I wasn't expecting it to be like an actual storybook. GG's. Christian Wolf got the most kills with 18 kills, and Alternaz got the most assists with 13 assists.
The boys had a good thing going, as long as they kept old Jeff happy. They had an endless source of precious materials to add to the treehouse. After Luca's father had passed, Rollo became obsessed with them building their own Hank atomic star scraper. It was some time before Luca realized it was Rollo's way of keeping him occupied. On certain nights, when the clouds were just right, the boys could tune into strange patterns of static. Rollo thinks it's aliens. He always thinks it's aliens.
Okay, what's this top secret plan to start our summer? You know, the abandoned warehouse by my place? The old Valentine building? Yeah, well, it isn't abandoned. What makes you think that? Get this. Last night, it was glowing. Glowing? Are you sure? Kinda. That place has been empty since the fowl harvest. Yeah. Who would even want to poke around that place? We would, Rolla. Would we? We would, Rolla. We would. Wait. It's just a busted old warehouse. I just meant we could do some research at the library. You want to actually go to the warehouse? What do you expect to find? Answers? My mom's out there somewhere. It seems like everyone wants to pretend that she's gone for good. You don't have to come, Rollo, if you don't want to. But remember that time I sort of accidentally burned down the chicken coop? And you jumped in and said it was your fault before my paw throttled me? This is a flaming chicken coop sort of deal. I've got your back. Thanks, Rollo. Now that I think about it, poking around a decent fertilized warehouse is exactly how I want to spend the first day of summer. Let's go!
Luca's winter coat decommissioned for the summer. With the cold holding out longer than usual, he reconsidered its usefulness.
I'm just catching my breath a bit. Go on, I'll catch up. Hey, Mrs. Nelson. Morning, Luca. Any big plans for the summer? Not really. Heard anything about the old fertilizer warehouse? Any strange happenings? Can't say I have. Either way, a dusty old warehouse is no place for a young boy. You be safe now.
Miss Hatch could often be found near the fountain, too absorbed in a book to be distracted.
The two wandered down the wooden path, unaware of the danger ahead. Oh! Oh, this is getting good.
Holden Wilder ran the local paper of record, the Beacon.
Hey, Mr. Wilder. Morning, Luca. What's the day have in store for you? I was just wondering if you heard any news about news? The Beacon knows the news that needs knowing. Any news about the old fertilizer warehouse? Nope. Oh. Rolla thought he saw some lights there last night. Rolla ought to be careful poking around that part of town. The winds of change are blowing. The wind change is a dangerous animal. Hey, Dawn. Sorry to wake ya. Yeah. No problem. It comes with the job.
Dawn had dreams of becoming a big-time reporter. At night, she searched for the story that could be her big break. By day, she hawked papers at the newsstand.
What's up? Rolo said he saw something strange going on at the warehouse. You know anything about that? You might say I've heard some things. I'm working on a story about it right now. So what's going on? Can't say quite yet. Still need to follow up on a few leads. Keep me in the loop, okay? Sure thing. Things seem to be quiet in town today. Yep, everyone's preparing for the festival. Should be back to normal tomorrow. Catch you then. Catch you then. Oh, and Luca, I'm really sorry I haven't been able to find out anything about your mom yet. I'm just grateful that you tried. I'm keeping my ears open. Luca, just the fella I was looking for. Hey, Roxy, what's up?
Oh, right. Rendezvous with Roxy. This is an important turning point. The first time where your charms will change the course of fate. And currently, we only have one suitable charm at our disposal. Have no fear, we can always return later using the Chronicle once we find more charms. Well, now I'm just rambling. Where were we?
Have you seen my block-headed brother today? He skipped out before breakfast. Well, not really, no. Can't say I have. Can't say or won't say. Roxy, would I lie to you? Luca, wake up. I almost forgot to tell you. Roxy might be lurking around here. This is one of our favorite places to stand around and be useless. Rolo. So we need to make sure she doesn't spot us. Rolo. Why are you doing that turning thing with your body? What, you're not scared, are you? She's harmless. And a chump. And she's right around that corner, isn't she? Oh, man. Oh, Cody redeemed ad. Oh, I think I want a break. Switch back here and the bots go back to winning. Exclamation point play to get into the race. Don't mind me, just here, lurking uselessly. Oh, hey, sis. Nice weather we're having, eh? I can't help but notice you snuck out this morning before breakfast. Wasn't hungry. Also couldn't help but notice your morning chores were left unchored. Roxy, I'm gonna level with you. I'm sick and tired of digging up carrots. We all gotta pick up the slack since the fall harvest. Almost every carrot I dig up is rotten. And the rest look like they were hit with Hank's atomic shrink array. All the more reason to keep on digging. There's gotta be more to life than punsy carrots. Look, Ray, Luke and I have places to be. So if you don't mind... Oh, I do mind. I'm gonna catch hell again because of you. Pokemon in chat. So either you march yourself home and harvest those carrots, or I'll haul you home myself.
Rolo froze as Roxy took a step toward him, cracking her knuckles. Luca knew he had one chance to save his friend from being dragged home. In the past, he found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little chill.
Come on, Roxy, it's the first day of summer. The sun's shining and we just want to take it easy. Let's leave tomorrow's problem for tomorrow. That's great and all, but Rollo's problems have a way of becoming my problems. Papa always says tomorrow's work is best left for yesterday. March, you big oof. Ah, rats. I expect a full report about the Valentine's place. So, Fitz, what are you up to this lovely day? Nope. Cool, cool, cool.
A bit much, if you ask me.
Hey, Solomon. Apologies, no time for chit-chat.
Jeff's hardware closed down about a year ago. The effects of the foul harvest stretched wide. When there are no crops in the field, tractors don't need fixing.
Looks like the library hasn't opened yet. I'll check back later. Luca, my boy, hold up a tick. Oh, hey, Mr. Nuncreed. I was just on my way to... I just sold the last jar of my grandma's preserves. Can't stock the shelves fast enough, turns out. Hey, that's great, but I'm actually... I guess Jupiter will just have to swing by with more of her lovely jam. Uh-huh. But don't let this old man slow you down. Just remind her that she still owes me that dance.
A promise Gran regretted the second it was made.
Will do. She's a fine woman, that Jupiter. Yeah, she's pretty cool, I guess. A real fine woman. I gotta go. Sweeter than jam on earth. Oh, goodness.
The phone booth was brand new, part of Perennial Harvest's Beacon Pines Reborn initiative. It didn't see much use.
Oh, hey, Luca. Hey, Joey. How's the bug hunt going? Not great. Bugs have been shy this week. Bugs get shy? Oh, sure, bugs aren't that different from people. Sometimes they just want to be left alone. If you're gonna into wetwood, just be careful where you step. No bug crushing, got it.
The path led into a small hollow at the edge of Weepwood.
Okay, no turning back now. Cautions, electrified fence. Is that sign new?
The fence thrummed with a gentle electric buzz.
Okay, so what would Rollo do if he was here?
Luca often asked himself what Rollo would do, so that he could rule out that option.
I'm definitely not touching that thing.
As sparks flew from the fence, the light atop that section shut off. 2 bulbs remained.
That's
One more to go. The fence's buzzing gave way to silence.
Okay, moment of truth.
Every kid in town knew the old Valentine fertilizer building. Long abandoned, the warehouse once served as the industrial heart of Beacon Pines. Now, it stood only as a reminder of things left behind. The dormant building showed strange signs of life.
Okay, so Rollo wasn't exaggerating for once. What's going on here?
There was only one way to find out.
wow, that smells awful. Too bad Roll's not here. He'd have no problem poking around in there.
The hose emitted a subtle sound. It was actively draining some kind of liquid. Luca thought he heard faint sounds coming from the other side of the door. He pressed his ear against the cold metal to hear better.
A zipper?
The
Footsteps?
sound of footsteps grew louder.
Hello? Well, that's not suspicious. Shit.
The heavy steel door knocked Luca to the ground. Disoriented, he looked up to see an imposing figure silhouetted in a green glow. It lunged toward him. He tried to scramble away, but felt a gloved hand latch onto his ankle. Luca watched his fingernails leave trails in the dirt as the hand slowly dragged him back through the door, into the lab, into the green light. This is a story about change. It was far from the sort of change Luca imagined for himself, but change is, after all, a dangerous animal. The end? I probably should have warned you about this. There are many paths that our story can take. Most will end in tragedy, but don't let that discourage you. We will find the ending that this story deserves. I just know it. From here on out, a charm will have a check mark when it's been used to its full potential at a given turning point. Now, let's try something different.
Don't have another.
This is a story about change. It was far from the sort, but change is, after all, a dangerous. The end? I probably should have warned you about this. There are many paths. Most will end in. We will, from here on out, now, let's try something different. We were just gonna go ponder for the day. This was Luca's chance to sell his alibi. Nailed it.
I think I'm gonna explore a little bit more, see if I can find some more little cards.
For a town that saw few visitors, the welcome was perhaps more grand. Chapter 2. Welcome to Beacon Pines.
I can't believe it died. exclamation point play to get in the race. We need one more person in the race.
For many years, this valley had been a small mining outpost. It wasn't until Sharper Valentine built his fertilizer company that Beacon Pines was established. Over the next 30 years, the town had grown and prospered. Until the foul heart. In the 6 years since, everyone was simply trying to get by. William Kerr, he had become a fixture after the failing. The town was
this stuff again.
Mayor August flustered. Mr. Sim attacked. He pulled a pen.
Alright, let's open the race.
Pete stopped scribbling. Whenever Luca saw it reminded.
Okay, cool, so I'll do it again.
The boys had, as long as they kept, they had an M. After Luca's father, Rollo became, it was uncertain. Rollo, he Lucas Winter with the cold.
Pokemon in chat.
Dawn had at night by day.
So far I haven't found any new charms.
Holden watched the beacon.
Ooh, I didn't go here last time. Piper, hey. Oh, hey, Luca, what's up? You know it's summer break, right? Of course. And it's like the morning, correct? And you're studying? Like they say, the early bird gets the proper education required for a successful and fulfilling career later in life. Wow, that's a mouthful. Mm-hmm. Hey, Zero. Hey, Luca. Could you please tell this lazy butt to help out in the cafeteria? Let me, Zero, would you like... Luca, let me give you a little gym advice. If you never do what you don't love, then you'll never work a day in your life. Wow. You're really setting the kid up for success. You didn't give me any new charms.
Miss Hatch could often be found near the fountain, too absorbed in a book to be
I didn't go down here either. Bow, bow, bow. Hey, Griffin, how's the ice cream gig going? Not great. Still pretty cold out. And I'm in the business of selling cold. I'm sure things will warm up soon. Alternates won the race. Jeez. Yay, we finally won. Alright, exclamation point play to get into the next race. Oh, and Stream Raiders time. Let me switch to Stream Raiders real quick. GG's, Christian Wolf got the most kills with 23 kills, and Alternate got the most assists with 27 assists. We are doing a loyalty token chest. Phil's not at his grocery stand. He's preparing for the festival, I guess. Gotcha. Hey, Bert. Hey, Luca. I'm doing some fact-checking for the town history exhibit. Look, kid, I'm just here to put up the lights. But did you know, when the town was founded, there were only 7 citizens? And they all worked for the mining company. And there was only one dirt road leading to the town. And there still is only one road leading to the town. Oh, right. Only got one new charm. Here's the big... Read social cues, sir. Read social cues.
Rollo froze as Roxy took a step toward him, cracking her knuckles. Luca knew he had one chance to save his friend from being dragged home. In the past, he found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little shit.
Make a break for it. What have you done? Ah! Did that little shit just kick me? Run all you want, you little twerps. You gotta come home eventually. Sorry. Wow, that was hilarious. Sorry about that. Rollo can get overexcited sometimes.
Solomon Valentine, current ward of and future successor to the Valentine fortune, huffed as he brushed off his pants.
A town of complete, utter fools. One wonders if it's worth taking anything here seriously. Either ways, I'm really sorry. No matter, how are you doing? Me? Yes, with all that business about your mother and whatnot. Oh, I'm getting by. Still no word from her at all? No. That is truly a shame. Huh. Your grandmother has taken residence at To Keep House? Yeah? And how's that going? We mostly stay out of each other's way. You make it sound like she's rarely at home. It's not like that. She just has a lot to do. Mm-hmm. She's still settling in and trying to figure out how to make ends meet. Indeed. Well, count your blessings. It's better to have a caretaker who is rarely around and one who tries to compensate by smothering you with attention. That doesn't sound so bad. Trust me when I say it's best to rely on yourself. Family has a way of creating more problems than they solve. This didn't happen last time.
Solomon trifled a gesture toward the approaching heiress Valentine.
Speak of the devil. Do not wander off like that. I'm much too busy to be looking all over for you. Apologies, Harris. I was just taking a stroll through town. Strolls are for commoners. You're a Valentine now. I want you to be present for the construction of the History Museum. The future of the town relies on its ability to remember our family's great past. Of course. Huh. It's hilarious that by changing one word, I changed the entire interaction in this area right here. Boy's got too much of his father in him. Oh, I just running on. I win. Little help. I am the champion. We were racing? Did that road get longer? Like anything ever changes around here. It seems longer. You're just lightheaded from the run. You really need to pace yourself better next time. Not sure why I would take advice from second place. Has that sign always been there? Wait, what? Caution, electric fence. No, that's definitely new. Creepy. How are we gonna get around the electric fence? Don't worry, I've got this. Why did you do that? Oh, it says you can figure out what the plan was when you're done. Great, now what now? Well, I did my part of establishing that touching the fence is bad. I'm sure you can handle it from here. I'll supervise. From a safe distance. You're the smart one, it decided to. Whoa, you're a genius. To run into the fence head first, like. I think that did it, Luca. You never fail to impress.
As the glowing windows of the old warehouse came into view, Rollo began to bounce excitedly.
Check it out! Dang, Rollo, you weren't exaggerating for once. Was there ever any doubt? This definitely needs investigating. Good thing 2 ace detectives are on the case. This is bizarre. This is awesome. Oh my god, the whole thing's shaking. Did you feel that? What? The excitement in the air. You bet your butt I did. Check out this puddle. That's not normal. And this hose. Oh man, the door's locked. Try harder. No dice, it won't budge. Oh well. This dumpster's new, right? I bet it's got stuff in it. Can't really see what's in there. Who did all this? My nose is itching. I think I smell some treasure. Are you sure that it isn't a hazardous waste? Just help me get in. Rollo, it would be my honor to throw you in the trash. Come on, lady, look. So what's in there? Let's see. There's a squishy bag of squish. Wow. A good inch of sludge. Your natural habitat. Wait, hold the phone. Hold 2 phones. Check out these bad boys. Are those walkie-talkies? Just like hate atomic communicators. Do these actually work? Ground command to Hank. Atomic, Hank, do you read me? This is Hank Atomic, ground command. You're coming in 5 by 5. How are your vital readouts, Hank? It's getting a little stuffy in here. Requesting assistance for evac. Help is on the way. What was that? Someone's coming. Give me your hand. I'm trying. My hands are covered in squish. Scoot over. I'm coming in. Tell me you saw that. Dude, I don't know what I saw. He's coming back. Get down. Why does that look like a body?
The boy sat petrified under the weight of the bag.
God, tell me that. Oh God, tell me that's not what I think it is. Luca, do you know what separates run-of-the-mill detectives from ace detectives? A ridiculous hat? When the chips are down, ace detectives dig deeper for clues.
Rollo felt around at the large sack which burdened them. He snapped off a tag from just within a small zipper opening in the bag.
It's some sort of badge or something. What's it say?
Rollo held the badge up to a faint shaft of light within the dumpster.
Dr. Prescott, Deep Engineering. It's a name tag. Who would throw away a bag full of slimy old name tags? I think it's just one name tag, a bag full of something else. Oh, okay. I think we should make a break for it. Stay calm, this is no time to panic. I'm not panicking! You're panicking! Rollo, calm down. You don't have to squeeze my hand so hard. Dude, I'm not holding your hand. Quit messing around. What other slime-covered hand would be in here? Ah! It's a dead body! I am beginning to see the benefits of your run for our lives plan. Right. We're clearly established that I'm faster than you, so I'll go first. Why not go together? Flaming chicken coop will go. I'll make sure the coast is clear. After I go, count to 100. If you hear me yell, run. If you don't hear me yell, run. Actually, either way, haul ass. Well, I'll give you credit. You sure found an eventful way to start our summer. It's what I do. Well, here goes nothing.
Lucas sat in the dark, tracking the sound of Rollo's footsteps as he ran. 1, 2, 3. He pressed his ear to the dumpster wall, straining to hear Rollo's footsteps as they faded away. 15, 16, 17. He tried not to think about the contents of the dumpster as he counted. 35, 36, 37. The thick stench made it hard to breathe. Screw it, that's long enough. Luca carefully lifted the lid and peered out. Nothing. No sign of Rollo. No sign of the man in the yellow suit. Time to haul ass. Luca clambered from the dumpster, stumbling to his knees. He was up like a shot and running, sprinting toward home as fast as he could. Beacon Pines flew by, blurred by the tears that welled up in his eyes. He wouldn't remember getting home at all that night. Throwing his front door open, storming up the stairs to his room and surrendering to sleep almost as abruptly as he hit his pillow. Chapter 3.
Woohoo, we made it past chapter 2. I have a feeling that his mom might be dead.
Finding a friend. The next morning, it was quieter than usual at the breakfast table. Only the sound of silverware and chewing interrupted the awkward silence.
Before we continue, exclamation point play to get into the race. We need 2 more people. And we still have 14 minutes on Stream Raiders. I finished jarring a mess of jars last night. So that'll need to get delivered into town today. Okay. So what did you and Rollo get up to yesterday? Oh, nothing interesting. Hello? Calm down. No, of course it was the right thing to do. Start gathering folks. I'll be right there. Are you sure there isn't anything you want to tell me about yesterday? Anything I want to tell you? Not really. just sort of ran around a bit.
Gran's brow furrowed. She let out a long sigh. Her voice was quiet and even.
I have to go take care of something. You are to stay in this house for the day. Under no circumstances are you to leave. What? If I am not back by dinner, there's stew in the icebox. But nothing. You stay here, understood? Yeah. Say it. I'll stay here till you get back. Good. Uh-oh, what happened? Oh, and Luca? You left the icebox open yesterday. We're not made of money, you know. Well, that was strange. Looking around the house for things to do. Oh, looking around the house for things to do. I don't think Rolla made it out.
A faint electronic sound floated in the air.
Is that coming from upstairs? Hello? Is anyone there? Hello? Rolla, is that you? Over? Strange.
Luca glanced at the now silent walkie-talkie. He wasn't sure what to think.
There's somebody knocking at my door. In the game. Oh, hey, Roxy. If this is about me, accidentally kicking you yesterday, is Rollo here? No. Look at me, Luca. This is serious. Is Rollo here? No, I haven't seen him since yesterday. Rollo didn't come home last night. What?
A pit formed in Luca's stomach.
Where was the last place you saw him? We were playing around in Weepwood, and then it was late, and we went home. Weepwood, if he's alive, I'm going to kill that little creep. Is there anything else? Anything he said?
Luca's mouth felt dry.
No, we were just messing around. Okay. I need to let people know to check the woods. You just stay out of trouble. Go see if he's hiding in the library or something.
Luca could feel his heart beating in his throat.
Rollo? Where are you? Oh no. Well, we're not listening to Grandma.
The road leading to Beacon Pines was long and uninspiring. A sort of natural barrier for the impatient.
Hey Bert, have you seen Rollo? Nope. That I've been completely talking to chipboards. They're setting up a lot of stuff for the festival. This one said he had processed some answers. I told him that it was fine. I'll wait here until he gets back. Hey Jensen, have you seen Rollo come this way by any chance? Afraid not. Elusive as fish in this pond. Howdy, Luca. Hello again, Pete. I'm not Pete. I'm Silly Goose. It's Toby. You could have fooled me. Well, hey, it's no problem, though. The important thing is we'd love to hear your thoughts. Yeah, I'm getting that impression. Well, all the part of something special, Luca. Right, here in Beacon Pines, I got
Toby
it.
looked up from the clipboard excitedly.
That's right. So how about you start by telling me? Look, no offense, but I've got my own stuff to take care of. Guy, you joker. We're all a part of this together. You'll let us know when you're free to answer a few questions. We really need to get back to work. Just a couple more minutes. If Roxy said she will be here, then she will be here. I just don't see why I'm standing around, doing nothing, and waiting for Roxy, when I could be standing around, doing nothing, and getting paid for it. Come on, Louie, Roxy needs our help. Yeah, well, good intentions don't qualify as legal tender. Ugh, my parents wouldn't listen. No offense, but isn't Rollo always getting into trouble? Something feels different this time. What can we do to help? We need to check where the adults aren't. I guess it's up to us to check Whelpwood. Our shift doesn't end for another couple of hours. We could spend the time making posters. That would be great, I guess. Right, Fitz and I will check the Wheatwoods. We'll be back later to pick up the posters. I think my dad has a map of Woods. Let's swing by my house and grab it before we head out. What's this about a missing child? I'm as stressed that the situation isn't completely under control. It just all seems so terrible. Pokemon in chat. And you're sure there's nothing we can do to help? Nonsense, young Mr. Quadrat will turn up safe and sound, I am certain. You just focus on settling in. I trust my sister has supplied you with a suitable lodging. Oh yes, Valentine has been more than accommodating. We were just telling our daughter, Beck, that. Now where did she run off to? Hey Don, yawn. Is it true about Rollo? Yeah, he didn't come home last night. I wonder if it's connected. Connected to what? I was checking out on reports about increased activity around town. What sort of activity? Windowless trucks, mechanic noises, strange lights. Your typical shady stuff. Who would be doing all that and why? Well, I have a few leads. The Valentine's family is always suspicious. Paramount Harvest certainly has its resources. Do you have any ideas where Rollo could be? The best places to start looking is where the trail went cold. Where did you last see him last? We were in Whelpwood by Valentine's fertilizer. I'll check out Whelpwood when my shift ends. I'll do my best work at night. His eyes went wide into disbelief. What do you mean, vanished? That's impossible. Oh my. He doesn't even see the danger he's in. Hi, what's up? You haven't seen Rollo around recently, have you? He doesn't come around here much. Not since they made a rule that he can only order decaf. Hey, Houston. History Museum. It's laughable, really. Did you happen to see Rollo in there? No, just a shadow of a family. Clinging onto the town, clinging onto the past. Feel free to check it out for yourself, but don't expect to have your mind blown.
We all know Beacon Pines is a great town. What you may not know is great towns grow from mighty roots. And that is why you cannot tell the story of Beacon Pines without telling the story of one Shopper Valentine. Young Shopper's keen intellect and strong moral fiber led to a grand vision. A vision of a community dedicated to a better tomorrow. In his own words, a better tomorrow is within our grasp, but it requires a singular mind to harness it. Lucky for us, he decided to grow that vision here, in Beacon Pines. And how does one grow a better tomorrow? With fertilizer, of course. Valentine's Fertilizer Company became the lifeblood of a town yearning for purpose. But then tragedy struck, a scientific experiment gone wrong. An accident which took Shopper away from us far too soon. To this day, we struggle to pick up the pieces. But one foul harvest isn't enough to stop the people of Beacon Pines. The spirit of Shopper Valentine lives on. It lives in the hearts of everyone with a dream for a better tomorrow. Together, we will follow his example and grow a bountiful future. Paid for by the Valentine family and the Valentine Fertilizer Company Riverfence Fund.
Well, that was interesting. That was unhelpful. Hey Griffin, has Rollo been by? Haven't seen him all day. I'm sure he'll show up safe and sound. And when he does, tell him there's a strawberry chocolate double scoop waiting for him on the house. He'll like that. Where is the library? Oh, I think the library is in the next part of the town.
Kato volunteered at the library during the summers. He wasn't very social, so he'd dedicate each summer to becoming an expert in a single subject, making him a reliable source of very particular knowledge. If you were to ask Kato something he didn't know, he'd escape into the dusty old bookshelves and return with just the right thing.
Hey, Kato.
Kato was lost in his reading. Luca crooked his neck to see the title, Introduction to Melitology.
Oh, time for Stream Raiders. GG, Lucari got the most kills with 42 kills, and Cecile Duckworth got the most assists with 80 assists. Go down here, so we're gonna head for the loyalty skin chest. Him. Oh, hey, Luca, you snuck up on me. Good book? Don't know. Just started it.
He gestured to the shelves.
I'm really running out of books I haven't read yet. So now it's on to the wonderful world of bees. Turns out bees are pretty cool. For instance, did you know that 40% of bee species actually live in underground tunnels? Or that if there are 2 queens in a hive, they will fight to the death for supremacy? That's interesting, but you haven't seen Roller around recently, have you? Not since yesterday. Keep an eye out for him, okay? Sure thing. If I see him, you'll be the first to know.
Mycological phosphorescence.
More like micro complete loss of interest. Hey Jess. Oh hey Luca. Did Roll come by? No. I was actually surprised. He usually here early on days when a new issue drops. Roll is the biggest Hank Atomic fan I know. Besides myself, that is. Well, if he does swing by, tell him to meet me you know where. I don't know where. No, he knows where. Oh. Roger that, Space Cadet.
The bottom corner shelf was a dusty array of thick science books. Only one binding was clean enough to read. Cellular Biology and the Chemistry of Mitosis.
Boring.
The entire top level of the library was devoted to comics, most of which were Hank Atomic and the myriad of lesser revered spin-offs. Oh, the cobs I've eaten. A salad-centric travel guide for the mildly adventurous.
Yep.
Sally Seashore's simple succulent sundries. Luca brushed off a smudge of dust. Or maybe it was flour. 30 recipes so easy you'll doubt it's even edible. A peek behind the curtain. The methods and ruminations of Patrick C. Montesquieu, one of the greatest acting minds of our time, by Patrick C. Montesquieu. There were rarely any actual new additions. Simply a variety of existing content rotated into the front display each week.
Not fooling anyone. What sort of monster puts candy behind a locked door? Oh yeah, Mr. Knight works weird hours sometimes. Of course he does. How about you? When do I work? No, what's your name? Ah, Luke Van Horn. You're new here? Yep, not by choice.
Beck's family moved often, giving her little time to establish any real connections. She would tell you she prefers it that way.
I'm looking for my friend Rolo. He didn't come home last night. Is he missing? I guess so. Like missing? Does that sort of thing happen a lot around here?
Luca shifted his feet uncomfortably.
Well, that sucks. Yeah. So I should probably get going. Hey, wait up. What?
Beck pulled a coin from her pocket.
I'm coming with you. What? So says the unlucky penny. Unlucky? Yep, well, technically it landed on heads. Leave this kid to find his friend alone. But I always do the opposite. Oh, that's kind of like me and Rollo. I guess Rollo is my unlucky penny. That settles it. A person should never be without their unlucky penny. Let's go find him. The name's Beck. Pleasure to meet you, Beck. I suppose I could use some help. Try to keep up. Joey, have you seen Rollo around? No, sorry, Luca. I've had my eyes in the dirt looking for beetles. Can't seem to find any. He never came home last night. Do you think it's because it's been colder than normal? I don't see why that would have anything to do with Willow. No, the beetles. Do you think the temperature confused their rhythm or something? Who's to say? I'm no beetleologist. Just keep an eye out for him, would you? Of course. Oh, it's beehive.
Luca peeked up at the beehive. It appeared to be deserted.
That's strange.
After the foul harvest destroyed their wealth and reputation, the Valentines shuttered off their estate from the rest of town. The Valentine mansion loomed over every other building in town, both figuratively and literally.
Dang, they boarded up the way in.
Luca felt a chill as he approached Beck. Her eyes were locked on the strange green liquid. The nearby grass was coated in a fine layer of frost.
This sort of thing normal around here. Those puddles of glowing ooze are definitely not what I expected from this place. I have no idea what that stuff is. Pokemon in chat. Well, the next obvious step is science. And what does science suggest? Poke it with a stick.
Luca watched as Beck dipped a broken tree branch into the goo. Beck's eyes widened as flowers grew from the dead wood. First small buds, which quickly bloomed into vibrant petals.
What the? Cool.
As quickly as they had grown, the flowers began to shrivel and turn gray. Beck dropped the stick with a grunt of disgust.
Okay. So the science tells us this gunk is weird as hell. Oh yeah, it seems dangerous. Hey Trish, look what the cat dragged in. Yep. We don't have time for this right now, Iggy. Ah, don't say things like that. It hurts Trish's feelings. Ain't that right, Trish? Yep. She looks fine to me. Why, hello, I don't think we have been properly introduced. Iggy's the name. This is my compadre, Trish. Yep. You've probably heard of us. Can't say I have. I'll forgive you just this once, on account of you being new around here. Why would you hang out with this dude? Oh, he seems pretty alright. Iggy, do you have to be so you? Has he even told you that his parents skipped out on him? Shut up. It's true. They got tired of having such a pathetic kid and left him. Me, I'm only gonna say this one time. Don't talk about my family. Ha ha ha! Well, look who's grown a backbone now that a girl's around. First his pops croaked, then his mom finally couldn't take it anymore and bounced. Oh god, this
Iggy
kid.
took a step towards Luca, his sneer lit by the glowing puddle. Beck could see tears welling in Luca's eyes, his fists clenched. Some things about Beacon Pines were very different from the city, but a bully from a hayseed town is really no different from a city bully. Beck took a deep breath and thought. Well, time to bust out the strange.
Alright, Luke, it looks like you need a little mud bath. What's wrong with you, new kid? You're about to pound your friend.
Beck stared in silence, the only sign of life being the twitch of an eye.
It's weird when people don't talk. Yep. Stop being a weirdo. Hello? Are you someone kind of wackadoo? Makes sense, wackadoo. Travel in packs of dudes.
At the sight of Iggy taunting Beck, something in Luca snapped. Iggy's smirk shifted to a look of shock as Luca launched himself into his stomach. Iggy's clothes were drenched in the glowing ooze.
You jerk, my clothes are ruined. I'm gonna...
Iggy's voice began to slur as he struggled to get up.
I don't feel so good. Oh god. I'm sorry, I just... Oh shit. Yep. That was slightly concerning. That was intense. Iggy's gonna be okay, right? Nothing about this seems okay.
The person at the warehouse, this strange ooze, and what it did to Iggy. Was Rollo caught up in all of this?
We have to find Rollo. You took the words right out of my mouth. Whoa there, little buddies. You startled me. What in the darners are you up to in this part of town? We were just looking for Rollo. Oh, you haven't heard the good news? Rollo showed up safe and sound a bit ago. Really? So where is he? It's funny really. He just got a little turned around in the woods. They can be disorienting, you know. I'm starting to get that impression. Rollo's at his house now, getting some well-deserved rest. Wow, that's a relief. You two should scurry along before you get lost yourselves. Yeah, come on, Beck. Can't wait to introduce you to Rollo. Oh, that reminds me. Luca, your grandma was looking for you. She was? She was worried sick. You should march straight home, I guess. Beck, your folks might be getting worried too. I'll walk you home. I need to talk to Nellie about work anyways.
Beck glanced toward Luca.
I guess all's well that ends well. I'll introduce you to Rollo tomorrow. Sure. Glad he's okay. Something don't seem right.
Rollo was safe. A wave of relief washed over Luca, which was quickly replaced by a sense of dread. Gran is going to kill me. If he hurried, he might just make it home before sundown. Chapter 4. Our harvest awaits. Luca took a deep breath and gingerly opened the door, steeling himself for Gran's wrath.
Gran? I'm home. Everything's fine. Gran? Where is my grandma? Gran? I know I wasn't supposed to go anywhere. I was just looking for Rollo. Maybe she's upstairs? Gran? Broccoli came over. She was worried about him. So I figured you wouldn't mind if I helped look for him. Turns out Rollo's safe and sound.
Luca was alone. The house was empty.
So Gran's not back yet? I guess that's a good thing. Nothing to do now but sleep, I guess.
Luca was sitting by the pond.
Suspicious! Ooh, Hawks won the race. Counter got second and a bot got third. Oop, going for another star car. Exclamation point play to get in for your chance to win a star car.
Listening to small waves lap against a rock. His father sat in a folding chair in front of him. Without turning, he spoke. "Why don't you grab me some nice bait?" "Sure thing, Dad." Luca hopped over to the tackle box and popped open the lid. Inside was a rolling, buzzing mass. "We're fishing with bees?" Luca's father gave a warm chuckle. "Well, you catch more fish with bees than honey. Pick us out a good one." Luca closed his eyes and plucked out a bee. He could feel its wings struggle between his finger and thumb. Holding it at arm's length, he hurried over. His father deftly baited the hook and examined his work. "Interesting choice." With a practiced flick of the wrist, the line buzzed in a graceful arc. The water accepted it without a splash or ripple. The wrong choice. But I respect it. The pond began to freeze over. Sometimes we gotta make the wrong choice before we can make it right. Pallid ice propagated across the still surface with an alarming speed. Luca scrambled back as the ground beneath him turned cold. "Dad, I don't understand." "Sorry, kiddo. Understanding isn't always part of the deal." The relentless ice shot through the fishing line toward his father. "Dad, look out!" His father casually wound the reel. "None of it's your fault, you know. Never was." "Dad, we have to go." Luca grabbed his father's shoulders, trying to pull him away. "Please, you have to run." The ice crackled as it spread across his father's hands. That's the thing about fishing, Luca. His chest began to crystallize. You toss your hook in, and you never know what you're gonna pull out. A shock of searing cold ran up Luca's arms. He gave one last desperate tug. The chair tipped backwards in a single frozen mass. Luca tried to stop the momentum, but it was too late. He watched the icy form of his father slam into the hard ground, shattering into 1,000 pieces that crowded around his feet. "Dad, I don't understand. What does all this mean?" The gentle rustle of leaves was the only reply.
That wasn't creepy.
Luca's eyes struggled to focus on the walkie-talkie.
Rollo?
Faintly, he could hear Rollo amongst the noise.
Luca? Rollo, is that you? Luca? There? Well, it's the middle of the night. Luca, thank God. Listen, I don't know how long this thing will work down here. Down here?
Rollo's voice was coming through more clearly now, but some words were still just static.
Listen to me. Someone grabbed me yesterday. What? The man in the hazmat suit? Took me into some sort of I'm thinking I'm underground. Underground? Are you okay? Kinda. They seem more interested in, for now at least. Mr. Kurt said you made it back home safe. No. Trust. He's... Hold on, someone's
The
coming.
signal went silent.
Rollo? Rollo, where are
Luca
you?
held still, waiting for a response, his pounding heartbeat marking the passage of time.
Okay, I think they're gone. It's getting worse. I can barely hear
Rollo's
you.
voice began to fade.
Losing signal. Not much time. Mission control. You need to... The treehouse. The
With
treehouse!
that, the signal died for good.
What was he trying to say about the treehouse? What's at the treehouse? The antenna. He wants me to use the antenna in the treehouse to get a better signal. Really, you're a genius.
Luca grabbed the walkie-talkie and sprinted to the treehouse.
Oh, so there's people in the town that are
Luca
bad
heard
guys.
a group of footsteps approaching. He dashed behind the bushes to avoid being spotted.
So we all understand our roles. You can count on me. I still think we need more time. This wasn't the original plan.
Mr. Tolliver paused, shifting his eyes to one side.
We're all in danger now. I, for one, refuse to sit idly by while that danger persists. Karma, you just keep your wits about you.
Mr. Tolliver took one long, quiet breath.
You're right, you can count on me. I just wish we could have made a deal with the Harris Valentine. Her resources would have still come in handy. As I said, I had no time to contact her after your call this morning. Plans changed. How is Luca holding up? He's fine. We shouldn't lose sight of the fact that all this is all. I know very well what all of this is for. We have no choice. Operation Sparkplug has a new objective. Are we in agreement?
The three shared a determined look.
Good. We'll respond after the festival. Gran? Why are you meeting with Mr. Flynn and Miss Farrell and Mr. Turner late at night? Woo! Hey, Luca. Ah! God, you scared me. How long have you been there? Oh, just a few minutes. Earlier today I saw Mr. Trivet and your Gran enter the diner together. When my shift at the newsstand was over, they still hadn't left. So I used the greatest tool of any investigative reporter. Time. When they left, I tailed them here. What do you think they're up to? Whatever it is, they seem organized and determined. They mentioned the festival. Yeah, I heard that too. Has your Gran been doing anything differently recently? Anything strange? She got a phone call this morning and rushed out the door. A call from her triggered, it seems. She was either furious or terrified, or both. Luca, be careful out there. I think we might be in the middle of the scoop of a lifetime. I will. Aren't you coming out? Nah, I gotta stake out here for a bit longer. See you, Luca. I did it. I changed the sign. Splendid. Did anyone see you? I don't believe so. You were right. It was simple enough to just rearrange the letters. Odd choice for a prank, though. In situations such as these, Odd is
The
good.
two boys shared a mischievous grin.
Can't wait for everyone to see the big reveal. It should be quite memorable. It makes ourselves scarce for now. Rolo, are you there? I'm at the treehouse now, Rolo. Mr. Kurt said you were alright. What happened out there? Dang it, Rolo, where are you? Oh god. Who's there?
Luca could only see a cloaked shape behind the rocket.
I've got weapons in here. So you better come out right now.
He strained to hear as a muffled voice began.
Weapons? How could you hurt someone that's already dead?
Fear gripped Luca's throat.
Who are you? What, you don't recognize me? I guess I don't even recognize myself anymore.
Luca stared at the ground for a moment, trying to place the dampened voice. The figure shifted slowly from behind the rocket, revealing itself to Luca.
I'm a monster. And now they haunt me like the beast I am. Iggy?
Luca reached over empathetically. Iggy's tone jolted to dejected anger.
Don't touch me. This is all your fault.
Luca slumped to the ground, overwhelmed by guilt.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I lost control. So you couldn't control yourself for a second. And I got to be like this forever. There must be a way to fix this. Oh, you gonna be my savior? Perfect little Lucas saves the day with his positive attitude and power of friendship. None of this matters. There's no time. They're after me. They chased me through bleak wood. I only came here to hide. Hide from who? Who's after you? Luca? Rolo? It's not safe, Luca. Rolo, where are you? The treehouse. I'm at the treehouse, Rolo. Where are you? No, Luca, the treehouse isn't safe. They said they were going to the treehouse. I was trying to tell you to stay away from the treehouse. Who said they were going to the treehouse? The clipboards. What did I tell you? Those Pinot Harvest wackadoos are after me. They've been chasing me, yelling questions at me. What sort of questions? They were saying the same stuff they always do. But it's different now. Less asking, more threatening. We're gonna figure this out, Iggy. Yeah, well, thanks. Hello? Is any present in this abnormal? Oh god. Crap, they found me. Luca, what's happening? Don't panic, you stay here and I'll see what they want. Oh god, there's a freaking army of them! Hello, Mr. Van Horn. We would love to hear your thoughts. Do you have time for an informal chat? We will be brief. Your time is valuable to us. Be down in just a sec. Of course. You have a problem. Luca, you gotta get out of there. Who's there? Is it them? Yeah, it's the clipboards. A bunch of them. How many? Maybe all of them? And yeah, you were right. They are saying the same stuff, but with the creepy knob cranking into 10. Might young Iggy be present? We would love to hear his thoughts. Run!
Iggy slumped to his knees.
I don't know what to do. I'm just so tired. Luca, what do we do?
Luca grabbed the walkie-talkie and headed for the window.
Follow my lead.
Luca and Iggy climbed up the back of the treehouse to its roof, where Rollo had constructed his MCDC, the Mission Control Defense Cannon. From behind the crowd of clipboards, William Kerr strode forward, a warm smile on his face.
He's one of them! Stream Raiders time! GG's. Mike got the most kills with 27 kills, and Alternate got the most assists with 34 assists. Iggy, there you are. You gave all of us a heck of a scare. Go away and just leave me alone. Oh, I'm sorry, Iggy, but no can do. Don't worry though, we're here to help. Help? Then why were you chasing me? Luca, can you talk some sense into your pal here? Just look at him, he's not well. What's wrong with him? What did that gunk do to him? Well, that's a pretty honkin' big question, Luca. All you need to know is that he's sick. He's real sick, Luca. I just need you to let us up there and take care of him. You told me that Rollo was okay, that he was back at his place resting. He is, poor fella, just got a little lost. That's a lie. That's a harmful thing to say, Luca. I thought we were buddies. Why, because he let you ramble on like a wackadoo? Nobody likes you creep.
Kerr's smile faltered.
Why don't you pop on down here and we can have a face-to-face? Yelling like this is gonna give us all a heck of a sore throat. And who wants that?
Luca's grip tightened on the MCDC.
What did you do to Rollo, you liar? Well, shucks, Luca. The only teeny tiny fib I told you was that he was at home. He is resting, and is perfectly safe. For now, at least. What happens to him next is up to you, Luca. Look around. You're in quite the pickle, and I am the only person in the whole wide world who can help you. You get to decide how this ends.
Luca's mind raced. He was caught in a trap. What do you do when there's no hope? Iggy wiped his cheeks with a sleeve. What are you gonna do, Luca? Luca drew himself up and decided to take the only option they had left. Fight. swung the mission control defense cannon around, aiming it confidently at the smirking face of William Kerr.
Hey, Mr. Kerr.
Luca summoned his most insolent demeanor.
Rolo sends his regards. Aw, man. Hey. That was uncalled for, more than a little rude. And just plain unsanitary. Luca, I really did think we were good pals. What a shame it comes to this.
Kerr turned his back on the two boys.
End this.
With a nonchalant wave of the hand, he made his exit. As the clipboards began to slowly advance on the treehouse, Luca looked to Iggy with resignation in his eyes. The end. That escalated quickly. Maybe discretion was the better part of valor here. Let's put a pin in this for now. Well, time to bust out the tickles.
Hey, Tish, you want to see something cool? Yep. Check it.
Beck lunged forward and began to tickle under Tish's arms.
What the? Tish, is she tickling you? Yep.
Tears began to form in Tish's eyes as she gasped for breath between gales of laughter. Beck redoubled her efforts until Tish finally had had enough.
What just happened? She seems nice. Sorry for the interest. I think you were just threatening us.
Iggy's eyes darted around, a realization dawning on his face that he was now outnumbered.
I just remembered. I have somewhere to be. See you around, new kid.
Iggy kicked at the puddle before making his escape.
No! Now it's on her. Whoa. A little creep. Beck, I think you got a little ooze in your hair.
Beck shook the ooze out of her hair as best as she could.
Is it bad? It depends. What are your feelings about having a more mature, refined look? Oh God.
Chapter 4. The Best Policy. Luca paused for a moment, catching his breath. He'd only just met Beck, and somehow he already managed to drag her into this mess. Hopefully he could make it up to her. But finding Rollo was his primary concern.
Well, we changed that outcome. Oh. Luca, what the hell are you doing out here? And why did a kid with gray hair just run past us in a panic?
Roxy and Fitz looked drained. It was clear they'd spent all day searching.
That's Beck. Don't care who she is. What happened? We were just helping look for Rollo. Luca, I need you to start telling me the truth.
Roxy's temper could often be dismissed as the impatience of an older sibling. But this was the most intense Luca had ever seen her. Her eyes were wild and unfocused, looking straight through Luca.
We're running out of time.
In a torrent of rambled words and tears, Luca broke down.
Rollo and I weren't just playing in Whelpwood yesterday. We were investigating lights at the old Valentine warehouse. But someone was there in a strange suit, and we hid in the dumpster and had a very heavy bag dropped on us. And I think it was a body. And so we ran, but we got split up, and I ran home, and it's all my fault. And now my best friend may never come back. Wow. Just wow.
Roxy, still exhausted and angry, softened briefly as her eyes hunted the ground in thought. With a determined sigh, she looked up at Luca.
It's not your fault, Luca. Rollo's gonna be okay, I promise.
Roxy drew herself up.
I'm gonna fix this. Luca, go home. But I want to help. This is too dangerous for a kid. I can't just sit around and have to do something.
Roxy tried to think of the safest place to send Luca.
You go back to that little tree house you two liked playing. Wait there in case Roller shows up. Sound like a plan?
Luca wiped his cheeks and gave a quick nod.
You did the right thing telling me the truth. Now scoot. You really believe his story? What other option do we have? Things have been strange around here leading up to the festival. My dad has been acting weird lately. Well, weirder than normal.
Looking into the puddle, Roxy rubbed her arms to warm up.
Why is it so cold here? This place gives me the willies. Wait at the treehouse in case. Oh, I got a new quest.
Mr. Nuncreed jumped with a start.
Whoa, don't sneak up on an old fellow like that. Why are you so jumpy? Exclamation point play to get into the new race. Sorry. Who were you talking to? What?
Luca motioned to the phone booth.
Oh, no. I was just checking because I thought I heard a ring. But, the dang thing never does, of course. Yeah, I never see anyone use it, really. The whole thing's a waste of money, if you ask me. Any word from Rolla yet? Not yet. Long time for a boy to lose his way. Rolla knows those woods too well to get lost. I suppose you're right. Silly boy antics have this whole town worried sick. Antics? We all know Rolla likes to play his little pranks. You think this is a prank? What other possible explanation could there be? He's not playing a prank and he didn't get lost. Someone took him, I know it. How would you know that? Unless... Luke, is there something else you know?
Mr. Nuncreed gently placed one of his substantial hands on Luca's shoulder.
Dang it, boy, if there is something you know, something that could help your friend, you need to tell folks.
Luca peered up at Mr. Nuncreed. Kind eyes warmed a stern face. There was a deeper emotion hiding beneath it all. It was subtle, but Luca could sense something eating away at him. There was a shame lurking behind those eyes. A deep sadness. If Mr. Nuncreed was that worried about Rollo, maybe he could help.
Yesterday, Rollo and I were messing around at the old Valentine warehouse.
Mr. Nuncreed raised an eyebrow.
Both of you? You were with Rollo when he went missing? Not exactly. I was hiding in the dumpster. The dumpster? What were you doing in there? At first, we were just looking around. Then someone in a strange yellow suit came and dumped something on us. We both got scared and ran. That was the last time I saw him. You got scared of some garbage? Well, that's why you don't go sulking in someone's dumpster. But it wasn't garbage. I think it was a body. I'm sure it was just some trash. No, there was a name tag. It said Deep Engineering.
Mr. Nuncreed's shoulders slumped.
I wish you wouldn't have said that.
A deep sigh bellowed from his chest.
Oh God, he's in on it. Why did you have to? I tried, Luca. God knows I tried to keep you safe.
Luca attempted to take a step back, but Nuncreed's hand clamped down on his shoulder.
But you Von Horns just can't help yourselves, can you? We were all so close to being done with this.
With a firm shove, Nuncreed manhandled Luca into the phone booth.
What are you doing? It's out of my hands now.
The door latched shut with a mechanical hiss.
Oh God. He's in on it. Oh, he was the guy in the yellow
As Luca
suit.
pounded the glass, the floor dropped from under his feet. The inside of the phone booth was now a loose capsule, plummeting at gravity's whim. Luca winced and pressed his hands to the walls. As he braced for impact, the capsule hurried to a surprisingly smooth stop. He felt a cold rush of air and opened his eyes with hesitance. Two large figures in hazmat suits occluded his view. Luca heard the deep, resigned voice of Mr. Nuncreed over an intercom. He knows too much. The end. Wait. No. This isn't the end. I know there's still much more. Somehow this went wrong. Okay, let's try something else.
Oh man, I don't know where to go.
This is a story about struggle. Luca could hear a machine humming somewhere nearby. He felt around wildly, searching for something, anything that could help. His hands found a hard object, maybe a tile? He yanked it free, lifting the cold stone. Let me go! Luca swung the tile as hard as he could at the shape that still held fast to his leg. He heard the crack of glass as the stone hit the assailant's mask. With a muffled yelp, the hand let go. Luca was free and scrambled to the door. He never looked back once on the long run home. Chapter 3. Everything's fine. The next morning, it was quieter than usual at the breakfast table. Only the sound of silverware and chewing interrupted the awkward silence.
I'll need you to deliver it into town today. Okay. So what did you and Rolla get up to yesterday? Oh, Rolla had things to do, so I just sort of poked around town. I've set the jam down by the front door. There's 2 batches to drop off. One for Mr. Trouble at the Bag and Wag. Another for Miss Fertile at the Diner. Oh, and Mr. Nuncreed? He said he wanted some more. I suspected as much. Yes, he seems to have taken a particular interest in my jam. There are some extras in the basket for that enthusiastic gentleman. I just need to make sure Fiddle and Turtle get the ones on top. No problem. Off with you now, while the day is still young. Hello, it's Jupiter Hartford. Before you hang up, just hear me out. I have a business proposition. The simple matter is we both have the same problem that needs solving. Very well, we can meet tonight. Look, he's not missing anymore. I'm sorry about yesterday, Roxy. Can be so annoying. And good news, no more boring chores for me today. Did you make it to the old Valentine warehouse? So what did you find? Give me the dirt. Something happened there, and was somebody else there. What? Who was it? Was it aliens? I knew it would be aliens. No. Zombies? No. Alien zombies? What else could it possibly be? Rollo. I've got to deliver these into town first. We can catch up after. Oh, this is a whole thing. It sounds like a whole thing. Yeah, we should talk about it here. Meet me at the treehouse tonight. I'm not sure what this treehouse is that you speak of, Sigh. Meet me at mission control. Roger that, Space Cadet. The race. Yeah, you do. Wait, watch your step. Oh, sorry. There was a whole family of beetles here. They're gone missing. I thought they just sort of wandered around. Everyone has a home, Luca. Even beetles.
Luca checked the soles of his sandals.
I think we're okay. It's weird that they're gone. They went missing when the festival preparations began. You think the noise scared them away? Something like that. Just watch where you step, okay? You tell those jerks. It doesn't matter how many boxes they pile up. I ain't moving. Hi. Mr. Will, I trust you have time to chat.
Eris Valentine, oldest of Sharper Valentine's children, and heir to the Valentine fortune, had a way of making questions seem like demands.
Certainly. What seems to be the problem?
Mr. Wilder had learned to assume that if he was hearing from Eris, it was because she had taken issue with something he had put in the paper.
I couldn't help but notice that the front page of this morning's paper was consumed with stories about this silly festival. Well, yes, that is the news of the day. But there was no mention of the museum, nor the foundation through which it was endowed. I'm sorry, Miss Valentine. My readers are more so interested in the town's future, rather than one family in particular. There was a time, Mr. Wilder, when the goings-on of the family was the only thing the town cared about. Well, things change, ma'am. And you know, changes are dangerous. If you finish that thought, I will make that monocle a permanent feature of your anatomy. My apologize. Good day, Miss Valentine. Did I give you the impression this conversation was finished?
Mr. Wilder averted his gaze and began to polish his monocle.
Well, good day, Mr. Wilder. Okay, she's something else. Anger from the past mistakes not yet made. The glimmering hope of the future. He carried them all in equal parts everywhere he went. Oh heavens, that burden to bear. Hey Zero, hey Luca. Could you please tell Lazy Butt to help out in the cafe? Luca, just give me a little gym of advice. If you, oh, yeah, we already read this.
Huddled at his counter, Hiram Tolliver was meticulously shining apples. More accurately, Hiram Tolliver was meticulously shining one apple.
Hello?
With a yelp, Mr. Tolliver fumbled the apple, flailing at the air as it fell.
Oh, sorry. Oh, no bother. Brother.
He leaned forward and lowered his voice.
I see you have something for me. Yeah, Grandma had some jam I'm supposed to give you.
He leaned in a bit further.
Jam? Yeah, these ones on the top. She wrote your name on them.
Mr. Tolliver leaned back, speaking loud enough for anyone to hear.
Ah, yes, the jam. Thank you so much for delivering this jam to me.
He reached forward and snapped up the jars of jam, giving Luca a little wink.
I shall put it on my store shelves post-haste. Okay, I should finish my deliveries. Of course, of
He
course.
leaned in for a final whisper.
Of course. Yeah, that's not suspicious at all, sir. You keep them on ice. Where did you get the ice from? I don't know, somewhere cold. How do they keep somewhere cold? Look, Bert. Do you want some ice cream or not? No, I'm good. Oh, I gotta watch this again. Cool, I didn't have to watch it again. Yay, that was boring the first time. Hang on. They got you on jam delivery, eh? Yep. Have you seen the new kid around yet? New kid? Yeah, came in from the big city. Her parents both got jobs here. But get this, one of them is working for William Kerr and Primal Harvest. And the other is working for Harris Valentine. And Valentine's represents Pecan Pine's past. And Primal Harvest has petitioned itself as this town's future. Must make for some interesting dinner table conversations. I can imagine. Well, if it isn't my favorite little jam runner. Hey, Miss Frill. Look at you.
She leaned forward and pinched Luca's cheek.
You're all skin and bones. Is your Gram not feeding you? She is. It's just, I understand. You know, I taught your mama how to cook back in the day. You may not even remember, but you and her used to help out in the diner. See that picture over there? That's you helping your mama back in the day. So cute running around in your little apron taking orders. The whole situation just breaks my heart what happened to Eleanor. You got a feeling she's out there somewhere yearning to be with you again. Few things in this world can keep your mother from her son.
Luca shifted the basket uncomfortably.
Oh yes, let's see
Mrs.
here.
Fratelli lifted the cloth and inspected the jam.
Ah, they even have my name on them. How thoughtful.
She carefully lifted out her jars of jam.
You tell your gran hello for me, Luca. Will do.
Luca squinted at the faded photo of him and his mom at the diner.
Fox got first, I got second, and Christian Wolf got third, and we all won the star car. GG's. Exclamation point play to get into the race.
Memories of that day came flooding back.
I'm ready to help, Mama. Alright, little buckaroo. It's up to you to feed these folks while Miss Fur is away. I've got to deal with the inventory before I can start cooking. Do you think you can handle taking some orders in the meantime? Yes, Mama. Hey, Roxy. Luca? I'm helping. Wow. Helpful. Hopefully your work ethic will rub off on Rolo. What can I get for you? Not really feeling like a burger. How about a chicken sandwich and bacon on top? Coming right up. Oh, wait, what'd she say? Chicken sandwich? I've messed up the order. No, that's not what I ordered. I wanted chicken and bacon, remember? Yeah, that's what I thought. Here you go. I call it. I love my just the tenders. Nice. Aren't you a little young to be waiting tables? I'm just helping out. Ah, my father had me hustling when I was your age as well. Father always says, children are to be sails, pulling a family ever forward. That doesn't sound very fun. There's plenty of time for fun. For instance, Father and I always make time to have lunch together once a month.
Luca glanced at the empty seat across from Gus.
Should I come back? Oh no, it turns out Father was too busy to have lunch today. I'll just go ahead and eat alone. Oh. The silver lining is, without him around, I have my usual. A nice stack of cold cuts topped with a pile of sloppy chili. Here you go. Cold cuts and a steaming hot chili on top. I call it the hot and cold. Perfect, thank you. I haven't even seen this character yet. Godzooks, they shriek the waitstaff.
Jeff slapped the table and gave Luca a toothy grin.
How's your pops doing? He's been pretty busy these days. I know the feeling. Tell him that finishing rod he ordered should be ready next week, will ya? Sure thing. I have been in the mood for something sweet. You got a burger to satisfy the sweet tooth? A sweet burger? Yeah, and top it off with some grilled cactus. Grilled cactus? The heart wants what it wants. Your heart wants candy with the side of cactus. So weird. Alright, Stream Raiders time. Switch to Stream Raiders real quick. Oh, while I run with Stream Raiders real quick, I'm gonna go get myself some meat, because I'm actually hungry. Alright, I'm back. Alright, let's see. Real Will got the most kills with 69 kills. Pathfinder got the most assists with 52 assists. GG's. We are doing a loyalty skin chest. I call it the sweet and stabby. Ah, now that's a burger with a bite. Looks like we're missing a few things. Why don't you run out and grab some more ingredients? Okay, I'll be back. If I could just be left alone, young Mr. Van Horn. I'm sure. Sorry to bother you. It's just that Mr. Crow has asked me to make the opening speech at the festival. Being mayor and all, you might expect me to be a charismatic speaker. The truth is, I'm terribly nervous. I really don't think I'm cut out for this sort of thing. Cut out for being mayor or for public speaking? Both, I suppose. I never really chose any of this. It's more of a duty to my family. For our legacy. That sounds like a heavy burden. Alright, for the festival, just speak from your heart. I'm sure it'll be great. Got some jam for you, Mr. Nut Curry. Look, yeah, you seem chipper. Well, arrived from seeing on delivery duty. It's a nice day.
Mr. Nuncreed eyed Luca for a moment, then nodded in agreement.
I suppose it is. So do you want your jam? Oh, right. Usually, Jupiter drops these off herself. I guess she's busy today. Anyways, my last delivery for the day. Oh, in that
Nuncreed
case.
snatched the basket from Luca.
I'll hold on to your basket until the next time I see your gram. Hey, you. Anchovies or pineapple? What? Don't think. Just answer. Pineapple. Why? How old are you? 12. Perfect. Follow me. Who are you? Anyone to ever tell you you ask too many questions? Just try to keep up, okay? What just happened? Well... Hey, what a crazy coincidence. Here's my new friend I was just telling you about. Oh, that's wonderful. Yep. We just hit it off. Oh, really? Get this. His favorite pizza topping in the whole world is pineapple. Oh, And what's your new little friend's name?
Beck locked eyes with Luca. The look on her face was equal parts expectant and desperate.
Luca Van Horn. Nice to meet you. I'm Nellie, and this is Inna. We're Beck's parents.
Beck gave Luca a quick nudge.
Oh, yeah, Beck told me all about you. Already feels like we've known each other for years. So you both can stop obsessing over me making friends. Oh, darling, we've never doubted you. It's just that for children with fewer than 5 close friends, the probability for stunted development doubles. Well, 1 down, 4 to go, I guess. What Nellie means is that we just want this move to be easy on you as possible. You can relax. A friend has been friended. This calls for a celebration. Luca, you must join us for dinner tonight. Dinner? Wow, another coincidence. I already actually asked him, and he said he would love to. It's just wonderful. In that case, we should pick up some groceries. You two don't get into too much trouble now. Wow, I can't believe that worked. Thanks a ton. You're welcome. I owe you one. My moms are great and all, but they can be a bit much sometimes. Our house is the little cottage next to the big mansion place. Wait, you live on the Valentine estate? Yeah, that's the spot. Maybe by their big creepy gate. Don't be late, or I'm back on square one on the whole friend gift. Great, see you there. Good morning, Gio. What's so good about it? Any day further down the tube, if you ask me. Come on now. It's not all bad. The festival's coming up. The festival. Oh, Valentine used to put on cartoons all the time. And where did that get us? Well, it's part of Harvest putting on this one. And they're doing it for the whole town. As far as I see it, the difference between the old Van Company and the new Harvest outfit
Jeff dug through his pockets for a bit.
is the difference between this empty soup can and this brown banana. But those are both garbage. Exactly. Well, there's been some weird stuff going on about the old Valley warehouse. Can't say I know anything about the old warehouse, but empty hives don't stay empty for long. Huh?
Kato motioned to the book in front of him.
I have more to read about bees, the more similar to see the feel. If a hive collapses and fails, it doesn't stay empty for long. A new queen will set up shop pretty quickly. So you're saying it would make sense for someone new to start using the warehouse? Huh. Have you seen this new issue of Hank Atomic? Not yet. No spoilers, please. It's awesome. It's a flashback. No spoilers, please. We get to see how mild-mannered Henry Adams becomes Hank Atomic Man in Space Jess, no spoilers! Oh, sorry. My point is, you're gonna love it. Alright, Jess, catch you later. Roger that, Space Cadet.
Luca peeked up at the beehive. It appeared to be deserted.
So who all lives in that house? Harris and Gus Valentine grew up there, and Solomon moved in a few years back. The creepy little kid with the vest? That sounds like the one. So just 3 people live in this huge thing. I bet a bunch of shady stuff happens all the time in a place like that. Not really. Valentine's pretty much keep to themselves. So it's empty and boring. Pretty much. What a waste. My mom says that it used to be way busier back before Sharper died. Before the fowl fat harvest. Okay, that's like the 5th time someone mentioned this fowl harvest thing. And you all use the same ominous tone. Eventually you're going to explain to me how that harvest got all fouled up. But we can't keep my parents waiting anymore. This way. Most kids would have just ditched me by this point. Why are you still here? You look like you could use some help. You know what, Luca? You're not so bad. Let's get through this simple as possible. Just eat, smile, and nod. Fun. Great, whatever you do, don't bring up their work. I think I can handle that.
Beck took a long breath, then gave a firm nod.
Here goes nothing.
Chapter 4. Dinner with the Moodwills. Ilona Moodwill was worried about change. A gardener at heart, she understood the necessity of change, relied on it even. But there was a difference between the controlled world of her plants and this cluttered cottage in a strange town. Almost done. Nellie was a blur of activity, digging through boxes. Sorry, love, couldn't find the dishes. We'll have to make do with paper plates. Dinner went by without much conversation. As she watched Beck and Luca finish up their pizza, Ilona let herself relax into the chair. The things she cared about were still here. Nellie finally had the job of her dreams. Beck was beginning to take root. Ilona's task was simply to tend to them. She could do that.
So Luca, tell us a bit about yourself. Where do you live? Oh, I live with my grandma. Over on the other side of the river. Your grandma? Where's your parents at? Beck Manor. It's alright. My dad passed away in an accident at the fertilizer plant 6 years back. Oh dear. And my mom's been missing for a few months now. Like, missing?
Luca's eyes were fixed to his plate, pushing a chunk of pineapple around with his finger. Nellie was the one who eventually broke the silence.
Luca, how did you like the pizza? Oh, it was good. Very good. Normally we'd have put more effort into dinner.
Ilona nervously gestured toward the boxes.
We aren't fully settled in, and Beck had mentioned that it's your favorite. I'm sorry. We're just skipping the part where he said his mom was missing. Crap. I'm sorry, Luca. This move has us all a little tired.
Luca wiped his face with his sleeve.
No, it's fine. So, Beck, you said you moved here for work?
Beck gave Luca a swift kick under the table.
Ow. I mean, what brought you to Beacon Pines? Oh, you were right the first time. We're here for work. Nellie won't tell you this, but she's a brilliant chemist. I don't know about brilliant, but I do love it. She's brilliant. Pearl Harvest just made her their newest lead research in deep engineering. It makes it sound more impressive than it is. I'm just happy I get to make a difference in the world. Pearl Harvest is at the forefront of evolving aquaculture into something more useful than sparkling water and experiment on the ground.
Luca glanced over to Beck. She seemed to be holding her breath.
What Nellie means, Luca, is that there's different ways to grow plants. Yes, some people talk to their plants and hope for the best. And some people happily leave their job to allow a loved one to pursue their dream. You swear you didn't...
Beck slammed her fist into the table, perhaps harder than she intended.
Hey, Luca, how about some dessert? I actually have to meet my friend Rollo soon.
Luca glanced outside to gauge the time. The sky was darker than he expected, filled with ominous clouds.
Looks like there's a storm brewing. I should get going. Oh, I didn't think there was any rain in the... Dogs aren't that useful around here.
Luca wiped his mouth one last time with his napkin and started to get up.
Thank you for the pizza. It was really good. See you at the festival, Beck. What up? I'll walk you home.
Surprised, Luca turned around. He knew Rollo could be prickly around new people. But Beck seemed cool. Rollo would warm up to her eventually. Probably. Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to rumble with ominous thunder.
You sure you can make it home before the storm kicks off?
Luca surveyed the roiling clouds.
I'd say the odds are good. Maybe you should stay here, and I'll just make a break for it.
At that moment, the heavens opened up, unleashing torrential rain.
Care to recalculate those odds? Hurry inside, you two, before you catch a cold. Luca, Nellie will keep trying to reach your gran on the phone. In the meantime, you two hold tight. Sorry, not much to do up here. Most of my stuff is still in boxes. Mind if I poke around? Be my guest.
Luca squinted into the eye hole of the microscope.
This is wild. What is it? Gum. Gum?
Luca adjusted the slide with his fingers to get a better look.
I'm trying to show the integrity of gum with increasing amounts of chewing. Chewed that one for 47 days.
Luca wiped his hand off on his sweater and gave a nervous laugh.
It's weird, I know.
Beck looked down, timidly tapping the ladder with her feet.
I think it's weird, don't you? A little. But weird can be cool. Oh wow. Rollo and I have a radio just like this in the treehouse. Probably not exactly like this one. My mom and I tore the whole thing down to its bolts. But it was from state-of-the-art vacuum tubes. She seems pretty awesome. She gets carried away sometimes. I think she feels guilty for working too much. So when she does have time for me, she showers me with high-tech overcompensation.
Luca flicked at one of the toggles.
I bet it can get all sorts of stations on this. Not out here in the boonies. You wouldn't believe the stuff I could pick up back in the city. But around here, it's all far more quirky static. That sucks.
Luca bent down to examine the bouquet of wilting flowers. Judging by the odor, they were well past their prime. He flipped open the attached card.
Happy trails from Coach Walker to all the Fairfield quarters. Boy, you weren't kidding about poking around, huh? Oh, sorry. Is this from your old school? The most recent one, yeah. Some schools gave me doing away cards. Some did flowers. When they're really trying to feel good about themselves, they do roll. So you improved a lot. Yeah, that's the same with having brilliant parents. There's always a better job somewhere else. These flowers would last longer if you put them in some water. That's the sort of thing I would do if I cared. Well, you care enough to keep them, is all. Luca, can I ask you something? Of course. Hey, didn't that hurt? I'll be honest. That hurt more than I expected. Well, at least you look cool doing it.
Beck took a moment to watch the rivulets of water running down the window.
Do you ever feel alone? Like, even when people are around? Well, Roll and I can be pretty absent-minded sometimes. I'm serious. Does it ever feel like your family doesn't care what you do? I didn't used to feel that way. I know Gran loves me, but sometimes when she looks at me, it's like she's looking at a problem.
Luca took a deep breath, exhaling slowly.
I know the feeling. How do you deal with that? I guess I haven't yet. But one thing my dad told me when I was little, don't hold a grudge, especially against yourself. If you try to hold it all in, you're gonna pop. So then what do you do when you don't know what to do? Dad never told me that part. Sometimes I figure it out on my own though. You gotta do something, anything. Here. What are you doing? I don't know, something. We're gonna register our complaints with the store. Listen here, you miserable universe. Stop jerking me around. I just want things to go back to the way they were. Everyone tells me it's gonna be alright, but things are gonna change.
Luca let out a feral scream that echoed into the night.
Every time something changes, everything gets worse. Screw this town. Oh. Let me try. Moving sucks. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Why can't I just deal with it and be happy for my mom? Why can't we just stay somewhere?
Her voice dropped to a trembling whisper.
I want to be a normal
Beck
kid.
brushed off her shirt and straightened up.
There. Wow, I actually feel a little better.
As abruptly as it began, the storm abated.
Thanks, I needed that. Me too. I should head out before the rain starts up again. Sure, I'll walk you out. See you in Rolo at the festival? Sounds good. Luca, don't let the universe jerk you around.
Beck gave Luca a light thump on the arm before heading in. Chapter 5. Friendly Feud. The air was heavy with the hard rain's residue, the smell of wet things. Despite his dreary surroundings, Luca felt at peace. He'd never shared those details about his dad with anyone, not even Rollo. But it's not like this changed anything. Rollo was still his best friend. Adding Beck to the group would help balance things out. Everything's better in threes. This is what Luca told himself as he headed to the treehouse.
Hey, Don tracking down a lead? You bet. I heard a juicy new rumor. Turns out when Sharper Valentine died, he left behind a particular last will of testament. Particular? How? He didn't just give his kids an inheritance. There were conditions. Like what? Doctors implied that Harris had to take one on a child of her own. Word. A kid our age, who just showed up in town one night with a lawyer. Solemn? Bingo. So Harris was forced to take care of him? Yep, or she would have lost everything. Why would Sharper care so much about some random kid? Rumor has it, old Sharper sowed some wild oats. That explains the way Harris treats him. Poor Solemn. How did you find out all of this? A good reporter never reveals her sources, Luca. Why is she still out here reading at this time of night? Like, it just rained. How are you still sitting out here? He met his old friend's eyes and was greeted with nothing but ice-cold anger. Heavens, this is no time for fractured friendships. Excuse me, what are you doing? Just locking up for the night, sir. Oh, wonderful. I can only assume this means all festival preparations have been cleared ahead of schedule. Not exactly, sir. The storm just set us back a bit, and it's getting late, so we all decided to... You all decided? Yes, sir. I was unaware that your job involved deciding things. We are all here at Pro Harvest because we believe in creating a better future, yes? Yes, sir. Very much, sir. Do you want to be the one to tell the town that we failed them? No? That we gave up because there was a little rainstorm and we all got sleepy? Of course not, sir. Good, then it's decided. Yes, sir, we'll work till the task is done. See that you do. Our harvest awaits. Suspiciouser the suspiciouser. Oh yeah, wrong way. Treehouse is this way. Roller, are you still up there? Sorry, Roller isn't accepting visitors at the moment. Come back, never.
Luca had only ever heard him speak in this stiff yet gentle tone a few times, and it always meant one thing.
You're upset. Oh, what makes you say that? Maybe because my best friend abandoned me for no reason? I didn't abandon you. I'm just a little late.
Rollo scoffed.
The rain held me up. Liar! You weren't even home. What? The storm got bad and I got worried, so I went looking for you. Imagine my surprise when I made it to your house and you weren't there. I hadn't made it back yet. I'm not a fool, Luca. Doesn't take all day to deliver some jam. No, Hawks won the race. Let's go ahead and do the next one. Exclamation point play to get into the race. Also, it's time for Stream Raiders. Justin 3D got the most kills with 48 kills, and Christian Wolf got the most assists with 80 assists. Boss battle. No, the storm rolled in out of nowhere, and I got stuck after dinner at Beck's.
Lucas stumbled on his words, knowing he'd said too much.
Beck? Dinner? What the heck is a Beck? She's a new kid in town. She's actually kinda cool. You'd like her. She needed help convincing her parents she'd made new friends. New friends? Spent all day waiting for you. And you were off making new friends? It's not like that, Rolo. You know, while I was waiting, I made upgrades to mission control. It was gonna be a surprise. But you took so long, the storm knocked it all down. Just like you knocked down our friendship. What does that even mean?
Luca became instinctively angry in response. Both boys were now shouting across the distance.
It means you're a bad friend. You don't care about me. Of course I care, Yas. I knew I'd get in trouble waiting so late for you, but I kept my word. 'Cause that's what friends do. Oh wow, what a noble sacrifice you made. Easy for you to say. Your Gran doesn't even care. You can stay out as long as you want, and you wouldn't even get in trouble. Seriously? You're acting like I chose this? If that's what you think, then maybe you're the bad
Rolo's tone
friend.
changed to a calm, yet more intense anger.
Maybe Pa's right. Storms bring more than water. This one brought out the real Luca. Stop quoting your Pa's nonsense like it means anything. Yeah, well, at least my Pa is still
The
around.
words hung in the cold night air. Rolo's stomach dropped, knowing he'd crossed a line. But it was too late.
Luca, Good night, Rolo. Oh, goodness, that got out of hand quick. Dang it.
Luca dug through his old stuff, not even sure what he was looking for.
What a jerk. Call me a bad friend. Oh, I'm Rolo. Look at me and my amazing family. I guess I'm just never supposed to make new friends. Luca?
Gran cooed gently from the hallway.
You slept straight through breakfast. Luca, are you alright? I'm fine. I don't feel like getting up yet. Okay, I'll leave oatmeal by the door. I've gotta run out and take care of a few things. Okay. Be back later to check in. Sure.
Luca just wanted to be alone. He waited to hear the sound of the front door closing.
Bet Rolo's gonna be at the festival. He's gonna be miserable. Rolo thinks I'm still going to the festival with him. He could shove it. There's something in here. Oh, wait.
Luca dozed off again.
Luca? I see you didn't eat your oatmeal. Wasn't hungry. Well, just in case you get hungry, I'll leave a sandwich here too. Thanks. Rolo came by. What did he say? He wanted to talk to you. What did you say? Told him you weren't feeling well. Good. So your plan is to just sit in your room all day? Pretty much. Well, I need to pop away again for a minute. If you decide to end your pity party, go outside. I think it'd do you some good. Noted.
Luca still couldn't bring himself to go out. Besides, if he ran into Rolo, he'd have to actually confront the situation.
There is never anything interesting at the festival anyways. No, you'll kick that.
The Adventures of Hank Atomic.
The complete first
Luca
volume.
carefully opened the cover and began to read. Rolo had received it for his birthday. A special hardcover edition with behind-the-scenes commentary and bonus art. Rolo cherished it, but asked that Luca keep it at his house.
Exclamation point play to get in the race. We need one more person before I can start the race.
Luca wasn't sure if it was because Rolo didn't trust himself with it, didn't trust his sister around it, or just wanted an excuse to come hang out at Luca's more often. Whatever the reason, Luca didn't mind. But it had stayed right there where Rolo had stashed it ever since. Now, at the foot of his bed, Luca lost himself in the pages. He'd read it all before, but at this moment, it somehow felt sentimental. He was well into issue number 5 when he heard soft footsteps from the hallway.
Luca? Another little friend came to see you. A girl named Beck. She said you met yesterday. What did she say? Is she here? She just dropped by. I told her you weren't taking visitors today. Oh. She seems nice, yeah. You had a fight with Rolo, didn't you? Can I come in? Maybe later. Alright then. I'll leave dinner on the kitchen table, in case you want a bite before bedtime.
Without realizing it, Luca had pouted away the entire afternoon. He once again felt the weight of it all, and allowed his weary eyes to close. Luca stood in a vast black expanse. He looked up at his father standing beside him. Walt was working a straw at the bottom of a fountain glass, trying to collect the last bits of milkshake. Dad? Where are we? Taking a final loud gurgling sip, his father peered up from the glass. He jangled the straw playfully with a warm smile, then lifted the empty glass as if to point into the darkness. The source? Luca's eyes followed his father's gesture. In an instant, he was sitting in front of a blazing campfire. Across from him sat a large figure in a yellow hazmat suit. The figure's voice was a scratchy echo. Well, if it isn't the man of the hour, make yourself comfortable. Luca held his shivering hands over the flame to warm himself. It doesn't work that way here. Their yellow-gloved hand pointed to the base of the flame. It's a cold flame. See? Luca peered at the base of the fire. It wasn't wood that was burning. It was Beacon Pines itself. Tiny buildings, freezing and crumbling as they were consumed by flame. Luca could see small shadows moving in the burning city. People. Luca leapt to his feet. We've got to help them! The figure gave a dismissive wave of their hand. Why waste energy helping people who can't even help themselves? The figure bent down to examine the panicked crowd as they desperately tried to stop the flames. They only care about what's right in front of them, not like us. Luca's voice was a trembling whisper. Us? The figure slowly stood up, grabbing its helmet with both hands. With a jolt and a twist, the suit emitted a gasp. A cloud of torpid mist escaped, slowly revealing the face within. Luca's own face looked back at him, older, worn, distant. The sensation was oddly familiar, as if he'd caught his own reflection by surprise in the mirror. The doppelganger smiled. I tried to help once. He gestured towards his face. And all it got me was this. Lucas staggered back. You aren't me. Luca felt a hand catch his shoulder. His father was there again, beside him. Every choice sets us on a path. This is the end of one of your paths, son. Luca watched his older self shake its head ruefully, its face twisting into a cruel grin. Well, Dad, if you wanted him to see this, far be it from me to disappoint. Luca watched in shock as the figure took a confident step forward and plunged into the flames in a flash of cold light. He was gone. What does all of this mean? Luca felt a reassuring squeeze on his shoulder. Just remember, why we choose matters just as much as what we choose. Luca woke up to see a hazy figure at the foot of his bed, silhouetted in the morning sun.
Mom? No, dear. It's only Gran.
Luca rubbed his eyes. The kind, concerned face of his Gran came into focus.
Welcome back. How are you feeling? You're good. Anything you want to talk about? I don't feel like talking. That's just as well. How about you sit there and listen a bit? Whatever you and Rolla fought about doesn't matter. But
Gran silenced Luca with a gentle pat on the leg.
Fights between friends happen. What was said doesn't matter. The important thing is that it's not the last thing you ever say to each other. But he said stuff about Dad. Well, do you think he meant it? No. He was just mad. And did you mean any of the things you said to him? No. Good. One more, appreciated friends in their best moments, and accept them in their worst. Now get your little butt out of bed. The festival's today. You don't want to miss that, do you? I guess not. Seems like a good opportunity to make amends with Rolla, doesn't it?
Luca gave a reluctant nod.
So buy him a corn dog and apologize. But he's the one that... What did I just say? Buy him a corn dog. That's a good boy. Everything's better with corn dogs. I need to get going now. Get some last minute festival bits to take care of. I'll find you at the fountain at a little after lunch. Alright. I love you, Luca. Love you too.
Luca took a deep breath.
Okay.
Chapter 6. Through Thick and Thin. Despite Luca's bitterness, Gran was right. He needed to hash things out with Rollo. A big fight changes the nature of a friendship. Whether, in the end, it is for the better or for the worse, all comes down to understanding. If one is not careful, the same familiarity that builds the strongest of bonds can become the wrecking ball that shatters them. Luca emerged from seclusion, taking in the crisp festival air. But the events of the day weren't on his mind. He had to find Rollo.
We haven't made it to festival day. It was his first time for festival day. There you are. Luca, Rollo wanted me to tell you something. What is it?
Roxy rolled her eyes, shaking her head.
Space adventure through, you needn't buy it. If you be brave, go somewhere quiet. Roxy, I don't... It's a riddle, Luca. My goofy little brother wants you to find him.
Luca looked down and kicked at the dirt.
Look, I know you two had a fight. The only thing more annoying than my little brother is my little brother without his best friend. So I'm doing him this one favor. Now I need one favor from you. Whatever it is that went down between you two, squash it. space adventure through, you needn't buy it. If you be brave, go somewhere quiet. Ooh, I bet he's in the library. How goes the beetle hunt? Pretty rotten. I haven't seen so much as an and it's not just the beetles. This morning I couldn't find any little critters at all. It's like everything that buzzes or skitters or packed just left. I'm sure they're out there somewhere. Maybe all the commotion of the festival just spooked them. Yeah, maybe that's it. Unique New York, unique New York. Huh? Oh, don't mind me. Just warming up for my big ceremony speech.
Mr. Kerr pointed to his grinning mouth.
Gotta limber up the old gub box. You nervous? Oh, heavens no. Well, brick a leg. Give me... Oh, I didn't refresh that. Welcome to our festival. Don't forget to come back later for Mr. Kerr's speech. For festival sign reveal. You don't want to miss it. I don't know if Orange Harvest thinks they're impressing with this ridiculous festival. Totally. The town's still falling apart. The weather's still cruddy. And this season's harvest looks like it's gonna be worse than last year's. You said it. No amount of corporate pandering is gonna change any of that. Exactly. But the lemonade that at the drink stand over there does look pretty tasty. Bits. I'm still gonna be mad at them. I'd just rather be mad while sipping on some delicious lemonade, is all. Oh, they really barricaded him in. Ain't moving.
Jeff was staring into the distance with a wistful look.
Hey, Jeff. Everything alright? Yeah, everything's fine. I mean, used to be fine. Just ain't right these days, you know? I really do, actually.
Jeff turned to Luca with a furrowed brow, then gave an understanding nod.
You do, don't you?
For a moment, the two now shared that same wistful gaze.
Ha ha ha, every single time. Yep. Wait for it. Unexplained sound once again noted. Oh my god. Like clockwork. What a bunch of drones. Haha. You know, they might be drones. There's something off with those guys. A most welcoming of welcomes. You would like to share your thoughts? We always strive to improve. Nope. This is the first time I have seen this many smiling faces since the fowl harvest. I had my doubts about Pinnace harvest, but I must admit they do put on a nice party. Hiya, Luca. How's Griffin doing? What? Oh,
Sariel
nothing.
became flesh.
Just pretend I didn't say anything. Piper, are you actually taking a break from studying? I wanted to see what the festival fuss was about, but I can't help but notice that you still brought your backpack full of books. Luca, backpacks can carry a lot of more than just books. True, true. So what you got in there? Books. Not helping your case there, ma'am. Hey, Luca. So you're done at the library? Huh? Oh, nothing.
Griffin looked away suspiciously.
Nothing at all. Aha, I knew it was the lighter. Luca, did you know? The Beacon Pines is actually unincorporated. A lot of people don't know that. Wow, yeah, I didn't know. What's that mean? It means most public works are handled internally. We do all the pipelines, the water treatment, building regulations. That's great. Since it's talking emergency services. That kid talks for hours. Yawn. Got a question for you. What do you think this whole festival is for? Wait, I figure Parent Harvest is trying to win over the town. Like a bribe, but with balloons. Cynical. I like where your head's at. That's what I assumed at first too, until I eavesdropped on a couple of gothly clipboards. What if I told you that this whole thing is really a special for a super secret guest of honor? A special guest who? I haven't done that deep yet, but whoever it is, PH thinks they're a big deal. Oh, the bots won this one. Exclamation point play to get into the race. I was able to return the Parent Harvest safety suit you borrowed. I don't think anyone noticed. Good. How will you tell me what you needed it for? Now will you tell me what you needed it for? It was a favor for an enemy of an enemy. This isn't going to harm Mr. Kerr, is it? All you need to know is that it's for the good of the family. The library is somewhere quiet. Hey, Luca.
Kato's eyes lit with excitement.
I've been expecting you. Bravo, and discern the first riddle. The first? Oh, you didn't think it was all, did you? Rollo goes all out, doesn't he?
Kato straightened up and cleared his throat as if preparing to sing.
On planet Furpaw, you may take issue. When the fifth king dies, you'll need a tissue.
Kato stared at Luca eagerly.
Get it? Want me to tell you? No, it's okay. Let me figure it out. Alright, when you find it, bring it here to be verified. And if you just if you decide you want the hand, the offer still stands.
Luca grabbed the 5 pillars of success from the shelf. Luca grabbed The Issue with Self-Help, a helpful guide, from the shelf. Luca grabbed 500 meals for 1 big pot from the shelf.
They're working through the newest Hank Atomic. You know it. Some fascinating canon towards the end. Did you know Hank Atomic shrink overray doesn't technically shrink stuff? It uses interquantic practical decay and literally grows an entire universe around an object, leaving the object altered. So it just looks shrunk compared to everything else. Bingo. That's weird. But Jess, no spoilers, please. Oh, right, sorry.
Luca grabbed The Modern Science of Atomic Radiation from the shelf. Luca grabbed Natural Photography, Volume 5, from the shelf. Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 4, from the shelf. Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 5, from the shelf.
Ah, you found it.
Kato removed his book from the desk and replaced it with Luca's, turning on the lamp. As he slid the book under the purple light, 2 words glowed. The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue 5. Luca clicked his tongue with recognition.
He used to write secret messages everywhere with that. And only I had the special flashlight needed to reveal it. But I lost it. Well, apparently he traded for this purple light bulb. Parted with his entire Halloween candy stash. Oh, Rolo. Now let's see here.
Kato began flipping through the pages, stopping when he hit a glowing word.
Get away with such a grift.
He continued flipping.
Only found in grub cart.
Reaching the end of the book, Kato looked up.
That's it. Grip in grub cart? Griffin. Griffin grub cart. He wants me to go to Griffin's snack stand. Ah, brilliant. I guess you're off then. Good luck on the rest of the scavenger hunt. Thanks, Kando. This is a fun, like, little interactive story. Hey, Griffin. Did Rolo come?
Before Luca could finish his sentence, Griffin handed him a corn dog.
Oh, that's it? Bought and paid for. Enjoy. I thought there was supposed to be a riddle or something.
Luca shrugged, taking a sizable bite out of the corn dog.
Yuck. It's cold. Oh yeah, it's been sitting here for a while. Rolo wanted me to get it. We'd be sure to give you that one specifically. Well, that's
Luca
just...
tongued at his cheeks, feeling something rough between his teeth. He reached into his mouth and pulled out a slip of paper.
Oh, come
He
on.
shook off the bits of corn dog to read the slip.
A pickup when you need a pep. Near the fountain up the step.
Luca finished off the remainder of the corn dog.
So this is getting to be a whole thing. There you are, Luca. There's no way I'm actually doing this. It's way below my pay grade. Oh, come on, you big stiff. Let the kids have some fun. Fine. But Rolo owes me one.
Lumi waved his hands around sarcastically as he began.
What takes flight but has no wings? Your final task a friendship brings. See, that wasn't so hard. I feel cheapened somehow. I think it's sweet. Good luck. Hey! Hey! Did you find the comic book? Yep. And you got the corn dog? Yeah. Well then, I know it doesn't make up for what I said, but here, you've earned this.
Rolo sheepishly handed Luca the balloons.
Thanks. You didn't have to go to all this trouble. I'm sorry I got so mad. Dang it, you were supposed to let me apologize first. Oh, sorry. Now you've apologized twice before me. Just let me do this. Luca, I'm really sorry. With everything that's happened with your mom and all, I've always wanted to be there for you. And be a good friend, you know? When you said you were hanging out with someone else, I kind of freaked out. Rolo. Still, my turn. I felt like you needed some new friends to help you. It meant that I wasn't good enough. But that was selfish and wrong. I was wrong. I'm sorry, Luca. Okay, apologies over. You can talk now.
Luca threw himself at Rollo, hugging him as tightly as he could.
I don't deserve you. I don't deserve you either. That's why we deserve each other. So, what else do you want to do today? We could snoop around and try to find some info about your mom. Snoop where? These two be getting in some trouble. Not like there's a whole plot line where one of you get captured, one of you gets killed. Yeah, those just didn't happen because we erased it. Let's not forget about the time a dead body got thrown on top of them. Let's not forget about the time where we find out that the dog guy in front of the store is in on it, and you realize he's the one in the hazmat suit, and then he sticks the main character in the booth, and the booth goes down. Oh, I need to go unlock the door so little man can come in when he gets home. He's getting home early today. Alright, I'm back. Woohoo, we defeated the boss. Thank you. I think we're gonna start this race real quick. You aren't in the race, so if you want to get in the race, we have to. No. Snoop where? Probably sneak into Pinot Harbor's headquarters while everyone's at the festival. Aren't you curious about all the stuff that those clipboards write down? What if we get caught? I think I've had enough excitement for 1 week. Just let make the rest of the day about us. Really? Yeah, the rest of the world can wait for one more day. You know, I've been wanting to get some work done on the MCDC emission control. The aim is a bit unpredictable. That sounds perfect. we went the wrong way. Did you hear that after Mr. Crick gives his big speech, they're gonna have the first annual biggest catch competition? As long as a boot qualifies as a catch, I'm a soul in. Good luck. Oh, I almost forgot. I ran into your gran this morning. She asked me to give you this.
Rollo handed Luca an unopened letter.
I'll wait for you inside if you want to read it now. A letter?
Luca, some things are going to happen that might be difficult for you to understand. If I am honest, I hardly understand them myself. But whatever happens, I need you to know that I love you. None of this is fair to you. You have already lost so much. We both have. I wish there was a simpler way forward. But if there is, I haven't thought of it. God knows I've tried. Everything I've done. I did for you. I hope someday you can accept that. Love, Gran.
Uh-oh. I love you too, Gran.
Luca folded the paper into his pocket and headed up the ladder.
What's up with the letter? Anything you want to talk about? Maybe later. Sure, whatever you want. You know, you really didn't have to go to all the trouble just to apologize. I know, but we'd been looking forward to the festival for weeks. After I ruined everything with my big mouth, this is the best way to make sure you still had a good time without me. Rollo.
Luca was at a loss for words. But that was fine. Words aren't always necessary.
The festival seemed nice. Was it nice? We can still go. Nah, it's fine. This is fine. Well, there's always next year.
Sadly, this was untrue. A distant rumble shook the treehouse.
Huh? What was that? Aw, man, we missed the fireworks?
It was not fireworks. It was something the boys couldn't possibly comprehend. Something as old and cruel as time itself. A shockwave of cold tore through the room. A bitter, unfathomable chill. Before they could react, it encased them in ice. Two boys, reunited by friendship, only to be cruelly separated by a malevolence beyond reason. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene, in a silent treehouse turned statuary. In a town brought low by its secrets, sits a pair of friends, alone, together, for the rest of time. The end. No, that can't be the ending. It simply can't. I won't accept it, and I hope you won't either. There are more endings, more possibilities. I can feel it. We are just going to have to sort through them all until we find the one that fits.
Well, that one ended up with both of the kids dead.
Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to break, revealing patches of star-filled summer night. Moonlight filtered down, shimmering in the treetops.
Sure, you can meet Rollo. You're not going home? No, I promised Rollo I'd tell him about...
Luca stopped himself mid-sentence.
Promise you to tell him what? Spit it out, bub. We're thick as thieves now. If there's a juicy secret, you gotta tell me. Okay. You can come to the treehouse and I'll tell you both what happened. Heck yeah.
Luca saw Beck skulking by the gate.
So you're telling me there's nothing mysterious or creepy about this place? It's mostly boring and empty. I refuse to believe that. Big spike gate, looming mansion, rich exclusive owners. It even smells shady.
Beck grabbed the wrought iron bars and shook the gate.
Mark my words, you distant nightmare house. You will reveal your secrets to me. Oh god, it opened. What did you do? First of all, I told you so. Second, hide. That's Harry's Valentine. Who's she talking to? Shh. I expect you to return that suit in working order. Of course. As long as everything proceeds as planned, there's nothing to worry about. The only thing I'm worried about is what's rightfully mine. If that means making some unsavory alliances, so be it. I couldn't agree more. There comes a time to suspect hostilities. I'll deal with our common threat. Now this is what I'm talking about.
Beck's voice was an excited whisper.
Proper shady stuff. Someone in a suit like that tried to grab me yesterday. Seriously? Shh. Do you understand that when this is inevitably fails, I will deny everything. I wouldn't expect any less of you. You don't worry about your part in this and let me handle the rest. Can't wait to see the look on that Rub Kira's face. Yes, the truth will come to light. I'm still surprised you're so comfortable with the potential collateral damage. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that change is painful. Wow, I was expecting shady, but this is just flat out supervillain talk. If you don't mind me asking, why? Why are you doing all of this?
The mysterious figure retracted their mask, hair pushing out from all corners.
Family. Oh my god, it's his grandma!
Luca's spine. His vision blurred. Beck stifled a sharp wince, and Luca looked down to see himself wrenching her hand.
An answer I certainly can respect.
Gran tousled her hair back under the face mask.
Just remember, keep everything nice and normal until the festival. I don't need lessons in arousing
Gran
suspicion.
gave Eris a curt nod and disappeared into the night. Chapter 5. What big ears you have! Lucas sat shivering in the bushes, staring at his feet. After checking to make sure the coast was clear, Beck gave him a gentle tug on his sweater.
What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Why were you so scared of that old lady in the hazmat suit? That was my gran. That was your gran? Yeah. Okay, well, I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for all this. Let's just get to the treehouse and figure things out there. Lead the way. This story just keeps getting weirder and weirder. For the last time, there's nothing to worry about. Of course we're not
The
worried.
clipboard finished writing with a scratchy flourish and looked up.
Just dotting our I's and crossing our T's. Well, maybe try minding your P's and Q's.
Mr. Nuncreed, arms crossed over his paunch, gave an exhausted sigh.
Dang. Ox just keeps winning every single race for us. Apparently. Exclamation point play to get into the new race. If there's anything you need knowing, you'll know it. Absolutely. If you'll just sign here acknowledging everything is accurate, we'll be out of your hair in a flash. Oh, for the love of.
He snatched the pad and scribbled his name so hard the pen nearly snapped.
There. And would you like my internal soul as well?
The clipboards looked at each other for a moment, almost pondering the possibility, then broke into laughter as they walked away.
Hi, Mr. Nutcreed. Luca, let me give you some advice. Next time someone you don't know asks hear your thoughts, give them a good old bop right in the kisser. Oh, Gran tells me to just keep away from the clipboards. That's good, that's good. Your Gran is a smart lady, Luca. Speaking of which, I'd better run along home now. Too dark out to be wandering on your own. The answers you seek will be revealed to you in due time. The question is, the figure atoned, are you prepared to live with the truth? This girl right here with the book, she be like fortune telling over here. Her book always be talking about something that's actually going on in the game. Is she just sitting there reading her book? Another day, another dollar. See you tomorrow. Have you noticed how the Current Harvest folks order the same drink? Decaf cappuccino with extra foam? Why? I don't know. Just, it's a little odd. Pretty weird, I'm sure, for sure. Well, the customer's always right. See you bright and early tomorrow. I can't wait. Maybe they're clones.
William Kerr and Gus Valentine proudly surveyed the half-covered festival banner.
It's all coming together quite nicely. Couldn't have done it without
The
you.
mayor gave a half-hearted shrug.
I'm not so sure about that. Nonsense. That reminds me, I wasn't able to thank your sister for her contributions. Yeah, she has been indisposed of late. She doesn't much like me, does she? Oh no. That's not at all. She's just been busy. Of course. Regardless, I would be forever grateful if you could pass my thanks to her. The History Museum adds a real air of importance to the whole affair. And we couldn't very well celebrate the history of Beacons without including the Valentines. My father was a great man. You're darn tootin' he
Kerr
was.
locked his arm on Gus's shoulder.
But I mean the entire Valentine family, present company included. Can I ask you something, Mr. Kerr? Call me William. Ask away. Then why are you doing all this? Gosh, I never felt one needed to compel reasons to throw a party. Not just the festival, all of this. There's gotta be 100 down on their luck towns out there. Why the Pearl Harvest so invested in helping Beacon Pines? You know what I love most about the agricultural business? Seeds. Seeds? Yep, little bundles of potential.
With a glimmer in his eye, Kerr gestured grandly toward the horizon.
You treat the seed right, nurture it, feed it, and it can grow into something truly special. You see potential here? Undoubtedly. The seeds of greatness is already under our feet. All it needs is a little nudge. And the right leadership, of course. Good night, Mayor Valentine. Oh, this is nice. Yeah, the treehouse is just a little further on from here. So what's your buddy Rollo like? Rollo, he's Rollo. Not particularly helpful. Sorry, I've just never thought about it. Lots of energy. He's funny, even when he's not trying to be. Things have been tough for his family since the foul harvest. It's about damn time you tell me what this foul harvest thing is. It's kind of a long story. Hit me with the highlights. Okay. There used to be a fertilizer company here called Valentine's. They were kind of a big deal. Oh, big deal. Fertilizer? It was a big deal to us. Their stuff really worked. Farmers loved it. So Valentine's grew and grew. Beacon Pines pretty much grew around it. Most everyone in the town either worked for Sharper Valentine or used his fertilizer. Things were good. I'm sensing a big but. Around 6 years ago, Sharper Valentine suddenly died. And something changed. Changed how? Could have been a bad batch. Maybe it was the water or air or soil. Nobody knows. But all the crops died. And everybody blamed Valentine's. And the foul harvest? Yeah. Valentine's Fertilizer went out of business. Half the town lost their jobs. Sheesh. The next year, the crops came back, but something was different. You plant a crop, do everything right, and it's sort of a crapshoot what happens. And nobody knows why? Nope. I take it Rollo's farm got the short end of the stick. Yet, for some reason, their farm was hit harder than the others. That sucks. Things have gotten better since Pearl Harvest came to town. The Beacon Pines Reborn Initiative? Yeah, first thing they did was give the town a deep scrub. They even put us in a hotel one town over for a week while they documented the groundwater. We better get going.
Luca stuck a toy stretchy hand onto the hook. Those things always get dirty anyway.
We should give it to Mom. She likes jewelry. That's a sweet thought, Buckaroo. But I'm not sure she'd fully appreciate a pawn bracelet.
Luca wrapped some tape around the hook. Hey, you never know.
The mini game in this game is really cute too. It has a fishing mini game and a take your order mini game. It's got a bunch of big words written on it. Let's see that. We regret to inform you that your application for property rights with respect to the Beacon Pines CBD and surrounding areas has been rejected. Who's that for? Application, Valentine Estate. Good. Good. Hey, little man.
Luca placed a sinker on the line. Sometimes the best stuff is at the bottom of the pond.
You playing the tablet?
Yeah.
You always play on the tablet when we get one?
Yeah. Alright, let's throw it in. Did I not put it in the bedroom?
So I don't even see how to charge it. Yeah.
Takes a real piece of work to leave something like that laying around. Oh, goodness.
Luca wrapped a twig of thyme around the hook. Some fish have refined taste.
You haven't caught a single fish. You just caught a lot of trash in this pond. Property of Sharper Valentine. Figures. If he had his way, property of Sharper Valentine would be written on everything in this town. Should we get it back to him? He may not even want it back. That man's got a continuation with time. We'll keep it here in case he ever wants to pick it up.
Luca tied a shoestring to what fish could resist a knife.
Can you help me find it?
Yeah. Let's pause this. I'll be right back, guys. Let's see, can we get one more person in the race? And I can start that real quick while I go help him find his tablet.
I'll be right back.
Giây phút em gặp anh là em biết em si tình 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 tăng tăng tình tăng tình 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 tăng.
Alright, I'm back. We found his tablet. Thank you. It's about time. I was about to give up and go home. Who's the new kid? Name's Beck. You must be Rolo. I see my reputation precedes me. Welcome to Mission Control.
Rolo waggled his head with pride.
You'll find we've spared no expense in the construction. I've seen worse looking piles of junk. Thanks. Hey Luca, you know the security concerns we talked about? Yeah? While I was waiting, I made some improvements. Let me lock this baby down for a little test inflammate. Can't be too safe these days. Oh, I get it. Their door on the treehouse is a car door. He goes all out, doesn't he? Always. Where did you guys get all this junk in the first place? There is a guy in town named Gruff who trades us junk for snacks. Junk food for junk. Nice. So, pretty sweet security, right? It was imaginative, I'll give you that. Luca, are we sure we can trust the new recruit? I'll vouch for her. Thanks, I guess. Okay, Luca. You promised to fill me in about the Valentine's warehouse.
Luca sucked in a long breath.
So, like I said, there was someone there. What were they doing? I don't know, but the place was lit up and active. Maybe they were squatters? I don't think so. It seemed more organized. Well, the man pulled me in. I saw some sort of equipment running. A man pulled you in? Yeah, but I got away. You keep saying it was a man. They were wearing a mask, right? Yeah. Then it could have been a woman. How did you get away? I grabbed a rock or something and broke their mask. They let go and I ran. Dang. That's intense. No wonder you freaked out when you saw your grandma. Yeah, that's the other part. On the way here, Beck and I saw Harris Valentine meeting with Gran, wearing the same sort of hazmat suit.
Rollo let out a low whistle.
And they weren't there for idle chit-chat. It was a proper close-in meetup. So let me get this straight. There's an organization full of swing at the Valentine warehouse. You were almost abducted by a strange man or woman in a protective suit. And then you saw your gran in the same suit talking to Harris Valentine? Pretty much. I'm beginning to think this town is kinda awesome.
Rollo and Luca shot back a look.
No offense. And so we can, I like conclude, aliens or alien zombie have infiltrated the town. And their leader is your gran, and she tried to murder you. Oh my god. First of all, for the last time, there are no aliens. Second, it couldn't have been my gran at the warehouse. I broke the person's mask and got away. The mask Granny was wearing wasn't damaged, but she's definitely hiding something. Maybe. And Gran is weird, but she might be the most boring person in the universe. All she does is sit around all day making jam. What could she possibly have to hide? I don't know. We haven't talked much since she moved in. Well, we're gonna take a break from that and go to Stream Raiders. GG's, Alternas got the most kills with 29 kills, and Lavari got the most assists with 48 assists. Moved in? Your Your Gran isn't from here? No, she came a few months back to take care of me after his mom went missing. Did you know your Gran before? Not really, no. It's been years since I've seen her. Luca, don't take this the wrong way. But are we sure your Gran is on the up and up?
Luca gazed out the window.
I'm just saying. It sounds like strange stuff has been happening since she showed up. We could say the same thing about your family. But you're right. Luca, your grandma is hiding something. And Pa always says folks only bury stuff worth digging up. We need to investigate your house. If my grandma really is hiding something, don't you think I would have noticed by now? That's kind of the whole point of hiding something. I guess you're right. Gran's been leaving the house for hours at a time this week. I'll call you two tomorrow when the coast is clear. And we can start getting to the bottom of this. I'm always game for a good snoop. You can count me in. Maybe we finally get to figure out what's in those rooms that we can't go into.
Chapter 6. Secret Lair. Summer forged ahead, but the nights only seemed to grow colder. Luca walked home slowly under the pale starlight, cautious to avoid any more surprises lurking in the shadows. Reaching home, he slipped quietly into bed, half dreading what they might discover the next day.
What time is it? I was reading the story, but thank you for the time. Rilla, what on earth is that? Huh? That ridiculous thing on your head. Oh, this? It helps me think. You're gonna need a lot more of those. Joke all you want. We'll see who's laughing when I crack the case wide open. The coast is clear? Yep, whatever she's been up to this week, it's been keeping her busy most of the day. Very well. The game is afoot.
Luca and Beck rolled their eyes as Rollo strutted across the room.
If I were a Gran, where would I hide my deepest, darkest secrets? Perhaps where you might least expect it.
Rollo flung open the cabinet with confidence.
Aha!
He coughed as a veil of dust hit his face.
I think it's safe to assure anything that's dusty isn't what we're looking for. Or maybe that's what she wants you to think. Then again, any good detective knows not to trust their first hunch. First hunches are for suckers. Eureka! She lit the fire in order to burn the evidence. She keeps that fire going every day, Rollo. Drat, it may already be too late. Just think of the mounds of documents lost to ash. Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there. Can we just think for a moment? Look, is there anywhere Gran doesn't want you to go? Yeah, the closet upstairs. So maybe that it stands to reason that we should check there first. No dice, it's locked. Well, well, well. Looks like stands to reason now. And I have no idea where the keys is. If it's really important, then she probably keeps it with her. Anywhere else? She has her berry bushes. Who has ever thought, I'm going to take this important thing and huck it in a bush? True. Anywhere else, maybe something out of the ordinary. Well, she's always worried I'll break her fancy dishes in the kitchen. But it doesn't matter. Anyways, I can't reach the latch.
A look of realization crept onto Luca's face. All three kids snapped to glance at each other, then sprinted in turn toward the kitchen.
Alright, Rollo. This is your time to shine. Ah, yes. I called upon my expert detective skills. And now I shall proceed with...
Before he could finish, Lucas scrambled up Rollo's back.
Hey, this isn't my idea of detective work. Every squad needs a good picklock. And every good lockpick needs a sturdy head to sit on. This is beneath my standing. Stop complaining and hold still. Got it.
The three crowded around the hutch to peer in. With the glass doors opened, a perfect porcelain display gleamed in front of them. Their eyes searched for anything amiss, but the only distinct feature was its impeccability.
Well, that was anticlimactic. Yeah, don't really know what we were expecting. Like, oh hey, let me yank on this random cup
As
and...
Beck pulled on one of the teacups, it slanted forward with a hollow click. The entire hutch began to rustle and slide under its own power.
Seems like your gran has been doing some remodeling. Dude, only 2 types of people have secret lairs. Evil masterminds and superheroes. So which one do we think she is? We're about to find out. Okay, some more of an unhinged conspiracy vibe. Oh wow! Yeah, this cannot be good. We need to look around before jumping to conclusions.
Luca jostled each cabinet drawer in turn. Only one was unlocked. He fingered through the filing cabinet, pausing at a bulging folder labeled Walter. For a long moment, he just stared at it.
What do you got there? It's my dad. Looks like some of his old medical files. Your dad was a doctor?
Luca nodded and caressed the label with his thumb.
Well, are you gonna read it? Here, let me help.
Rollo swiped the folder from the drawer and began leafing through the pages. He whistled to himself, barely looking at the text.
How about you actually read some of it? Oh, one sec. Dense dogs such as these are like a cheeseburger. It's best to skip straight to the middle. That's where all the meaty bits live. Wow, I had no idea you were in the pursuits of scholar in dense documents and cheeseburgers. By all means,
He
proceed.
stopped at a page and mimed, holding up a monocle.
Ah, here we are. Follow the appearance of turrets will by. Patient shows further signs of painless and malice. Body temperature contains to drop. He now describes soreness of muscles and joints. This is similar to the symptoms by Miss Warbar just a few days past. Still waiting for lab results on Joseph.
Rollo looked up with heightened surprise.
See, creepy. Yeah, that's kind of disturbing. Who's Joseph? That's Mr. Nuncrib's name. Wait,
Rollo's finger traced across the page.
there's more scribbled in the margin. Could it be contagious? Mr. Wood claims to tap water at his home has been contaminated. Perhaps environmental? Lab results only raise more questions. Looks like he came back to this report later and made those notes. So it might be related to something
Rollo
else.
scanned through several more pages.
Here, the writing looks shaky. I just couldn't help her. This disease or whatever it is processes so fast. And with his wife back, Terrence's condition follows close behind. And by the loss, enough is enough. I need to take matters into my own
Luca,
hands.
staring blankly at the cabinet this whole time, spoke softly.
What does it say next?
Rollo rustled the folder, trying to loose more pages.
That's where it ends. What? There has to be
Luca
more.
frantically shoved the remaining cabinet folders, trying to find another labeled Walter.
Luca, I think that's the only one. It's alphabetical, see? What did he mean enough is enough? How did he take matters into his own hands? This is
Luca
bullshit.
slammed the drawer shut.
Yeah, he fell.
A spider web of string connected photos of people from the town, interspersed with hastily scrawled notes.
Well, she sure has kept herself busy. Your Gram's a serial killer. Cause I'm starting to get a vibe. Don't be ridiculous. Sure, she's just tracking the movements of everyone in town, out of the kindness of her heart. She put little symbols by some of them. Yeah, Mr. Nurse has a check mark. The clipboards are all inside a big circle. My mom's are both on here, both with question marks. Gus Valentine has a question mark. Harris has a question mark that has been crossed out. Mr. Kerr has a bullseye. The killer has chosen her next victim. We don't know what any of this means. Whatever it means, it's probably not good. What do we have here? Barrels marked caustic explosives and jam jars. That's enough to feed the whole town. What kind of incorrect jam is your grandma making? She wouldn't have had me walk around town delivering bombs, right? Only one way to find out.
Rollo casually spun open a lid and dipped his finger in the jam.
Huckleberries.
He smacked his lips.
A hint of brown sugar. And ink? What?
Rollo plunged his hand in the jar, fishing out a soggy slip of paper.
Aha!
Rollo offered the slimy note to Luca and licked his fingers clean.
It's addressed to Mrs. Fertile. A graham jam jar? It says, last night I used the disguise Harris provided to scout the location. The timing window should be possible. Operation Sparkplug is a go. Aw man, are they doing a heist? Whatever it is, it can't be good. So more a bombshell than a bomb, am I right? You're new here, so I'll let it slide. But I'm the bad joke guy around here.
They crowded around a worn-down old map of Beacon Pines.
Cool, this looks like a treasure map. Not every old map is a treasure map, Rolo. Yeah, but every treasure map is an old map. Can't fault that logic. Look, there's even a pathway drawn on it. It starts at the entrance of town, and we follow
Rollo
it.
carefully traced the path with his finger.
It leads right
He
to
jabbed down at the end point.
town square. That's the fountain in the middle of town. What a weird place to hide treasure. Well, that doesn't look like a treasure to me. At the end of the path on that map has the same symbol as some of those explosives over there. So it's not hiding treasure. A real bummer. Rolo, what's the thing you've been excited about for the past month? The festival. Gulp. Did you just say gulp? This feels like a gulp kind of situation. Everyone will be gathered near the center of town. She's gonna blow up the festival! Not if we stop her. What was that?
Luca looked up from the map.
What was what? No, I heard it too. That was the front door, which means someone just shut it. Which means someone's upstairs. Shh, quiet. Hit the lights.
Beck flicked off the light, and they became statues in the dark. Overhead, creaking floorboards bent under slow, deliberate steps.
exclamation point play to get into the race.
The kids looked up, the tilt of their necks following each footfall. Then suddenly, it stopped. Without realizing, they'd been holding their breath. All three exhaled shakily and glanced at each other. A muffled male voice broke the silence.
Hello?
A final few footsteps reached the entrance above them, and the voice now echoed down the stairs.
Anyone down there?
The three kids shuffled to the corners without a peep. As he began to descend the stairs, the man's voice punctuated every new step. Thump.
Yahoo! I'm not here to hurt anyone.
Thump.
I'm just here to help. Just...
At the bottom step, the man paused, squinting to search the room for signs of life.
Huh? Guess it's nothing.
Rolo shifted suddenly. Luca gave him an intense, chastising look and whispered through clenched teeth.
Rollo, don't.
It was too late. Rolo was already inching toward the stairway. He screeched as he charged toward the shadowy figure.
Flaming chicken coop!
With all his weight, Rolo tackled the man to the ground.
Rollo? Mysterious creepy man? Anyone
From
there?
the dark corner, they saw something move.
Well, I didn't know if I had it in me. But there was only one way to find out. Holy crap, Rollo, was that awesome? Wait, did you just kill that person?
Luca scrambled to the hunched figure on the ground. Pressing his fingers to the man's neck, he sighed with relief.
You sure clobbered him good, Rollo. He's knocked out
As
cold.
Beck flicked back on the light, Luca and Rolo both gasped in stereo.
Mr. Trouble?
Chapter 7. The Interrogation of Hiram Tolliver. Still unconscious, Mr. Tolliver slumped heavily in a shoddy old chair. His hands were bound with rope, his feet tied with some loose string. The kids huddled in a circle, discussing their plan. One thing was certain, they couldn't just let Mr. Tolliver go. They needed to know what he was doing in Luca's house. After some deliberation, it was decided.
He'd run the classic good cop. Chill cop or hard cop? Hard cop.
They'd run the classic good cop, hard cop interrogation. Rollo brandished a steely gaze. I've got this. Read about it 100 times. Rollo swaggered past the chair which propped up the slumping Hiram Tolliver. Without even looking at his captive, he began with a long, blustery drawl.
Well. Minister Travelo.
Mr. Tolliver remained motionless. Rollo spun around to face him. He'd clearly expected to rouse Mr. Tolliver with his booming voice.
Mr. Travelo.
Beck and Luca gave each other an unsure glance. Rollo slammed his fist on the table.
I said, Mr.
He
Travelo.
grabbed the table lamp and beamed it onto the unconscious face. Mr. Tolliver groaned and slowly lifted his head. He recoiled with a muddled, weary squint.
What in the world?
The chair wobbled as he attempted to straighten up.
Who's there?
Mr. Tolliver could only make out rough shapes through the glaring light. With a gruff tone, Rollo hoped to both conceal his voice and intimidate.
I'll be asking the questions here, punk. Now hold on, let's just calm down. Oh, I am calm. Calm as a carrot in dirt. As for you, looks like you're sweating.
The doubtful expression on Beck and Luca's faces transformed into awe.
We can do this my way, or we'll just say, I've never needed another way.
Rollo, hitting his stride, was now channeling every detective trope his memory could recall. He slammed the table again.
Now dance. What? I don't
Mr.
even...
Tolliver's voice became desperate. He was nearly in tears.
You've tied me down. How on earth can I dance? Dance with your mouth, punk. Spill the beans. What are you doing poking around this house? I'm here to help Juniper. To make sure everything's ready. Oh, so you're in cahoots with Gran. Gran?
Mr. Tolliver was in a daze, now more confused than ever.
This is that?
It says, travel distance in a vehicle in a single match. Gonna help her blow up the festival, eh? Blow up the festival? Good lord.
He shook his head, feeling more and more dizzy.
No, you've got it all wrong. Where is she now? She's headed to the source. Source? What's the source? It's where
His voice faded to a whisper.
the town began. Where it all began. What's this Operation Sparkplug?
With that, Mr. Tolliver passed out cold. Rollo swung around with a repentant grimace.
Damn, Rollo. I think you went a little too hard on him. What did he say about the source? It's where the town began. We need more information. Yeah, but we better not push Mr. Chilla any further. Is there anyone else who might know more? What about the History Museum? It's just got set up for the festival. Nah, that tent was put up by the Valentines. Everything they do is just a bunch of fluff to glorify themselves. Is there anything more reliable? The library. If there's any information about the source thing, Kudo can help us find it. Let's go get some answers. This is a dang nice library. Thanks, we worked hard on it. Aren't you too little? Adorable to be a librarian? Oh, Kudo hang out here so much, eventually they gave him a set of keys. I just kept an eye on the place for Miss Novak sometimes. They got you working for free? It's quiet, and I get access to all the books I can read. What more could a person want? Fair enough. What can I do for you all? We need a favor. I already told you and Rollo. I can't put you any higher on the wait list for the next Hank Atomic. And if you're here with more candy, I'll have you know I can't be bought. Call it a personal code of conscience. Actually, we're looking to do some research. Now you're speaking my language. What are you looking for? That's the thing, we sort of don't know. What do you got on the history of the town? There's the county record archives. What's in those? Births, deaths, newspaper clippings, stuff like that. Pretty boring reading. But they do go all the way back to when the town was founded. Great, we'll start there.
Chapter 8. "6 feet under, 3 towns over." The kids spent the rest of the afternoon combing through dusty piles of old county records, desperately searching for anything that could help them make sense of Mr. Tolliver's cryptic utterance. Luca tried to shake the thought of Gran's basement, but his focus wavered. Explosives. Messages hidden in jam. dossiers on various town figures, and a corkboard threaded with photos. Gran was the only family he had left. He still couldn't bring himself to believe the worst. But the old map with the symbol of explosives in town square made that difficult. As the sun began to set, the kids were no closer to the truth.
If I have to read any more records, my eyeballs are gonna pop. We have to keep digging. If I dig another word, I'm gonna end up in one of these earned death records. Rollo could lived a full and wonderful life. He'll tell he read so much boring crud that his brain oozed out of his ears.
Rollo shut his book with an assertive nod.
If you got a better idea, spit it out. You sound like my sister. Keep pushing your luck, pal. And it won't be boring county records that kill you. I'll put you into the laboratories myself.
Rollo muttered under his breath.
You're a county record. Really? That's the best you got? When I'm done with you, you'll be a footnote in history. Just
Beck
like
slammed her finger down on the open page before glancing down to read.
J. Hartford here. I'd love to see you try. Hey. We're all a little tired here. Let's just take a moment and...
Something tickled the back of Luca's mind.
Wait, what was that name, Beck? In the obit, J. Hartford. From the Brookville turbine 8 years ago. That can't be right. What is it? J. Hartford. That's my grand's name. Jupiter Hartford. Maybe were two J. Hartfords? Miss Hartford is survived by her young daughter E. Hartford. My mom's name is Eleanor. Okay, this is getting creepy. If your gran is 6 feet under 3 towns over, then who am I living with?
The question hung in the air.
Well, that's not creepy. Alright, gang, gotta close up for the night.
Beck rubbed her eyes.
How late is it? Almost 10. Aw, crap. Pa's gonna kill me. I gotta go. Yeah, my parents will be worried sick. Okay, let's meet up as early as we can at the festival tomorrow. What are you gonna do about the unconscious man in your basement? I'll think of something. That's a good question. What are you gonna do with the unconscious man in your
Luca's
basement?
heart was pounding as he approached the house. If he was lucky, Gran, or whoever it was, hadn't gotten back yet. And of course, there was Mr. Tolliver tied up and unconscious in the basement. Dealing with him would be the first order of business. Luca shook out his arms to calm his nerves before entering. He held perfectly still, tempering his breath, and listened closely. She was asleep. His only hope was that she hadn't found Mr. Tolliver before dozing off.
Oh no.
Mr. Tolliver was nowhere to be seen.
Maybe he woke up, escaped from his belongings, and left without a trace.
Or maybe Gran knew everything.
What do I do?
Luca's hungry stomach groaned. Not realizing it, he'd gone the entire day without eating.
Okay, I can figure this out. Just need a little brain food.
Luca rushed over to the pile of jam jars, unscrewed one, and shoveled a handful into his mouth.
I'm afraid your jam delivery will be delayed.
He flipped the lid to read the label.
Mr. Lundgren, Oh, okay, now I think. So if Gran knows we tied up his child, I'm screwed. If she doesn't know, then I need to play it cool. Because the only option is to go to bed and act as if nothing's wrong. Gran will think Mr. Tolliver finished what he was sent to do and left after he was done. Gran's gone. Gran? Okay, stick to the plan. Go to bed. Play it cool.
As Luca climbed the final stair, the emotion of the day dragged heavily on him. With each consecutive step, his legs weakened. His stride began to falter. He tried to grab for the railing to steady himself.
Oh god, I hope there wasn't poison in that jam.
Something was wrong. Luca groaned and tried to move. His limbs might as well have been bolted to the ground. Through numb lips, he mumbled just before falling asleep.
The jam. Sweet boy. What did you get yourself into? Alright. Oh. Sure, Redis is ready. We need one more person in this race. Exclamation point player to join the race. I don't know why I didn't let Christian Wolf join. GG's Pathfinder got the most kills with 80 kills, and Chris Notch got the most assists with 39 assists. We're gonna go ahead and do one more, because I wanna play a little bit more of the game. Rest now and let me handle everything.
Chapter 9. A speech to end all speeches. Luca awoke to find himself face down in bed. He moaned into his pillow. Why would Gran drug him? Or rather, why was she trying to drug Mr. Nuncreed? Shaking the questions from his woozy head, Luca snapped back to the matter at hand.
The festival. once you go to curry, it says, that says, wait, no. Deal melee damage to opponents in a single match. Where have you been? Gran put something in the jam. Yeah, we know. Secret messages for secret conspirators. Not this one. The one intended for Mr. Nuncree put me to sleep. Whoa, ho, ho. Sly devil. I think she's trying to remove him from the equation. He might be in danger. Have you found anything? You looked around, but haven't found anything odd. Your Gran is nowhere to be found. But Mr. Nuncree is just loafing around waiting for the speech. What speech? Mayor Gus just put to the podium. Everyone is gathering at the stage. Let's get moving.
Augustus Valentine nervously wiped his brow.
Ahem. Is this thing? Hello, Beacon Pines. I'm Augustus Valentine, your mayor, and I suppose you already know that. Oh yes, before we get started, I wanted to take this moment to recognize someone who couldn't be here today. This town wouldn't be where it is today without my father, Sharper Valentine. So I thought we could begin with a round of applause befitting such a great man. Even that's more than an old cougar deserves.
Gus cleared his throat and awkwardly loosened his tie.
Right, where was I?
William Kerr bounded on the stage with the energy of a preacher at a big tent revival.
Gus Valentine, everyone.
He gave Gus a hearty slap on the back and motioned him off the stage.
Let's hear it for our mayor. What a great turnout. Aw, heck, I didn't prepare anything. But I suppose I could say a few words. Would be a shame to waste such a beautiful podium.
Mr. Kerr pulled a thick stack of note cards out from his vest.
Community commitment. These are the things we celebrate at Pearl Harvest. For us, these are the pillars of the bridge to bring it to a better tomorrow. But I think it's time to add a new pillar. Change. Change is a powerful thing. It's unavoidable and undeniable, and I am dadgone thankful for it. Change is the reason we're all together today. It's hard for me to believe that it was only 4 years ago when fate brought me here. A simple business trip which brought me to a small town which would change my life forever.
Mr. Kerr took a moment to survey the crowd.
You know what?
He wiped away a single tear.
For the second I set foot in Beacon Pines, something about the place has held me captivated. You see, change represents opportunity. It represents potential. It was change that helped me recognize the potential of this place. To see that the people of this town, despite suffering great loss, still held on to things that made them special.
He thumped the podium to emphasize each word.
Community, friendship, commitment. Change.
Mr. Kerr nodded confidently, biting his lip. The crowd was silent, in rapt attention.
Fate made a perfect match that day. Nothing is more important to you all than community. And Pearl Harvest is a community first and foremost.
Mr. Kerr methodically made eye contact with each section of the crowd.
The only way you made it through the foul harvest was the unshackled commission. A connect that a better tomorrow was just over the horizon. Pearl Harvest was founded on the commitment that we are that horizon. This festival is to symbolize our commitment to each other.
His voice began to build to a crescendo.
We now walk hand in hand, and future we will shape together. And what is change is all about? Grabbing the future by the scuff of the neck and making things happen. Change is a choice. I tackle pink that we will all be making that choice together. How great is that? Just imagine what we can accomplish. What was that?
The crowd began to look around nervously.
Don't worry, a little thunder isn't going to ruin this day. Everyone remain
Mr.
calm.
Kerr quickly flicked through his note cards.
Where was I? Through all my travels, I have learned one true thing. One always reaps what they sow. We have all planned a lot of good in this town. And so it was with a happy heart that I can proclaim
He raised his hands up to the heavens.
our harvest awaits. Oh god, they all died.
At that moment, a merciless wall of impossibly cold air ripped through the crowd, instantly freezing everyone and everything it touched. For a man like William Kerr, this was a fitting way for things to end. On a stage, with an entire town frozen in rapt attention for the rest of time. The end.
There's that ice again! Whenever I think we're getting close, it comes along and ruins everything! Maybe we should just quit? Maybe you should just close the book, walk away, and never think of me again!
No, I don't mean that. We got a little closer this time. We just need to try again. Please. They'd run the classic good cop, sly cop interrogation. Luca and Rollo ducked behind a barrel, leaving Beck to her task. With a few crisp snaps, she roused Mr. Tolliver.
What's going on here? You're the Medwell girl. Please call me Beck. Sorry about all this.
Mr. Tolliver looked down and shifted a bit, testing his restraints.
It seems there's been a mix-up. You see, I'm down here for the same reason you are. Jupiter sent you here?
Beck caught herself before letting the surprise manifest on her face. She'd already gotten him to reveal his relation to Gran. This was gonna be easy.
You know how Jupiter is with her precautions. Operation Sparkplug has us all on edge. I guess she thought you needed some backup. But she sent a child? What better way to avoid prying eyes? Who would suspect a kid? What? That? Come here. Hold on. Alright, I'm back. Oh. This one left to wait. Now we need 2 more people for the race. Exclamation point play to get in the race. I suppose that makes sense.
Mr. Tolliver wriggled a bit in his restraints.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Beck quickly removed the ropes.
That had to be uncomfortable. Well, yeah. But you understand. You never know who to trust in this town.
Mr. Tolliver rubbed the growing knot on his forehead.
Very true. So it turns out we're both here
Beck
to
twirled her hand, as if to prompt Mr. Tolliver to finish her thought.
destroy the evidence.
Beck shook her head and clicked her tongue.
Yep, the old gal is nothing if not thorough.
Mr. Tolliver let out an amused huff in agreement.
She sure is. Can't blame her though. If anyone were to find out that we were going to destroy the source, well, we both know how bad that would be. No one will know anything once we finish cleaning things up down here.
Beck was on a roll now, playing Mr. Tolliver like a fiddle.
You sure can finish this up on your own? Jupiter trusted me for a reason. You can leave the rest to me. Good, there is one more loose end I'll go work on. Loose end. Oh, it's nothing really. The other day I had the radio on scan while restocking the candy shelf. And wouldn't you know it, I intercepted an old phase in a Pearl Hunter transmission. Underground secrets. That's ominous. I think it might be a password, but Jupiter dismissed it. I said it wasn't mission critical. What's the password for? We don't know. So we have a password and know where to put it? It's gotta mean something, right? Good thinking. You should probably go work that out. I've got this under control. That's a relief. Between you and me, this basement gives me the willies.
Heading for the stairs, Mr. Tolliver hesitated and turned to Beck with a puzzled look. She grinned and gave him a peppy wave. With a shrug, he continued up the stairs, whistling a jaunty tune.
You guys catch that? Sure did. This whole time, Mr. Toads has a candy shelf. But all he ever sells us is apples.
Beck blinked slowly in disappointment.
The password, Rollo. Well, sure, but once things are back to normal, I'll have a word with Mr. Charlo about that candy shelf. Fine. In the meantime, I've got an idea.
She turned to the table and began tearing small scraps of paper.
He said he heard a password on the radio. Any good spy transmits is never what it seems.
Beck marked each scrap of paper and leaned back.
We just need to find the hidden meaning. Okay. What's another word for underground? Buried, covered. Could it be a cover-up? Maybe it's one of those each letter is a number thingies. So U would be 21, N would be 14, D would be... Oh! It's an anagram. Nun Creed's drugstore.
Luca and Beck looked at Rollo with amazement.
Rollo, that was incredible. Well, it's either that or Crud's Nid's drugstore. Yeah, I think you were right the first time. How did you do that? What can I say? I love ciphers. Well, I guess we know where to go next. You scared me half to death. Sorry. You kids haven't seen Mr. Charon, have you? Nope. He's got me waiting around like the last slice of pie. I swear that man would be late to his own funeral. You're late. Yes. Sorry, sister. We was caught up with work. Work? You? Had a few more details to lock down for the festival. Oh, what do you have to report? What is this Inspired Town Festival really about?
Gus looked around nervously.
I think Mr. Curly does just want to do something good for the town. He's actually a pretty nice guy. You should spend some time with him. I didn't pull strings installing you as mayor so you can you could make friends. Your job is to help me figure out what Kura and Perzo Harvest's true intentions are with this town. We have a responsibility. This is our father's town. Was. Excuse me? This was our father's town. He's gone, Harris, and he isn't coming back. Father left us with nothing but pet problems. Mr. came here and offered to help us. We accepted that help. We didn't agree to them turning Father's warehouse into a toxic dumping ground. That's just a temporary arrangement. That glow can be seen from our damn backyard. They are dumping their nasty little secrets on us. When this all inevitably goes wrong, who do you think they will blame?
Eris's cry hung in the air.
We have a new choice to make now, sister. This town is going to change whether we like it or not. Are we going to choose to be a part of that future, or be forgotten in the past? It's a shame. Father's name you, ours, but you will always just be Gus. Good night, Harris. I'll see you at breakfast tomorrow. It's getting late, children. Let's see what you got to say. Knowledge, he spat at the sneer. There exists a gulf between knowing something and being able to do a damn thing about it. I do hate it when the villain makes a good point.
Solomon stood proudly at the entrance to the drugstore, holding a brown bag overflowing with black licorice.
Hey, Solomon. We're looking for Mr. Nutgrid. Is he still in there? I'm afraid not. Then where'd you get the candy from? You might say we have an agreement.
Solomon shoveled a surprising amount of licorice into his mouth.
Sometimes it's a small pleasure in life, though we might not always have family to rely on. Licorice has never let me down. Well, I can't say licorice would be my first choice, but whatever floats your boat. You can tell a lot about a person by their choice of confidence. Oh, yeah, I guess. Like, I like sour gobs. Certain you do. I always wonder why Mr. Nuck kept licorice in stock. You must eat enough of it to make it worthwhile. There are many ways to earn loyalty. For some, it is easy as cold hard cash. And also, welcome back. Well, he's right, it's locked. There's gotta be more clues. Okay, let's see. Have you ever seen anyone actually use this thing? Besides Mr. Nungren, no.
Beck cupped her hands on the glass to peek inside.
Is not a normal phone booth. It's got like a blinky keypad. Why would there be a blinky keypad? Crud's new drugstore. I mean, underground secrets. The password.
Beck flung open the door and they all squeezed in.
Oh my god, are we going into the underground passageway?
Luca cracked his knuckles and entered the letters into the keypad.
Sounds like that did something. Great, now what? I guess we...
The inside of the phone booth dropped loose from its shell. Without even the space to panic, they closed their eyes, held their breath, and accepted their fate. Suddenly, the chaotic descent slowed to an effortless landing. It was unclear where they ended up, but at least it was solid ground. The air was stagnant and smelled vaguely of chlorine.
I knew it. You knew that there was a secret hub full of strange tubes under the phone booth? Of course I did. Didn't I say that? No. I definitely thought it. Luca, do you remember when I said how cool it would be if the trans-diminished compass of Hank Atomic Issue 12 was rare? Rolo, at this point or another, you've said that about every technology ever discussed in Hank Atomic. That's why I'm such a good predictor. It looks like each of these has something written on them. Mining Operations Alpha. You guys have mines here? Not that I know of. This town is all farms and fertilizer, and a series of tubes. Always says you can only trust a miner up to the point when he hit gold. Not sure how that wasn't applies in this exact situation. That's the thing about Pa. You don't always realize what he means until it's too late. Primal Harvest main office. That's where my mom works.
Can I get on your phone so we can do something nice and like level up your monster on Tribal Island?
What does she do? Science stuff. Is she involved in all this? We just moved here. How could she be involved? True. Valentine's Fertilizer Warehouse. Isn't that where you almost got snatched? Yeah. Why would Primal Harvest have a tube going to the old Valentine place? This is starting to feel like something big. This suit has a broken mask. So, have we found our mystery warehouse creeper? We've at least found their hazmat suit. If it walks like a nuncrad and talks like a nuncrad, let's not jump to conclusions. Just saying. That's a lot of buttons. Stand aside, Earthlings. I've read enough Pink Atomic to know my way around scientific tech.
Rolo's hands hovered over the field of blinking buttons.
Eeny, meeny, miny. Oh. Well, what did you do? Nothing. I didn't even mow yet. What was that? Hide. Where? There's nothing but weird tubes down here. Just get back. Shit. Shit. I'm like, awesome! Oh, wow. You all need to come with me now. We aren't going anywhere with you. Not until we get some answers. Mr. Underground Secrets. I told them it was an absurd password. But they love anything that makes them feel clever. They who? That's no matter. If I can keep you hidden until after the festival, I might be able to save your skins. We don't care about our skins. Hold on now, I'd like my skin. This is all stops now, nuncred.
Joseph waited for a moment in silence.
You sound like him. Who? Walt. You don't get to talk about my dad. You know, your father and I were friends back before.
He gestured toward the strange tubes.
All of this. That's a lie. It's true, I used to bounce you on my knee. What happened? Same thing that always happens. Reality, complications, life. We were a team, Walt and I. The idealist doctor and a bright-eyed pharmacist. Both hell-bent on helping folks. So you were his sidekick? No. We were partners. He helped the patients and I helped him. Yep, total sidekick.
Nuncred let out a growl of a sigh.
Luca, I need you to know this. I need someone to know this. One day, Sharper Valentine comes to us. He says he's got an opportunity. He found something he didn't quite understand, and he was willing to pay us both handsomely to help him understand it. And my dad said no. Your father and I both believed in helping people, but the thing I could never get him to understand was it's a lot easier to help others if we help yourself now and then. Classic sidekick into villain plotline. Walt loved being righteous almost more than he loved his family. He was wrong about one thing, though. When he begged me not to take Valentine's offer, he said, Joseph, if a person says yes one time to Sharper Valentine, he'll make sure that they keep on saying yes to him until the day he's dead and gone.
He shook his head wistfully.
Sharper's long gone, but he's still got me saying yes. Is there a point to this sob story? Not really, no. Just an old man trying to delay what needs doing.
Nuncreed took a menacing step towards the children.
I tried to keep you safe. I tried to keep you and Jupiter out of this. But you forced my hand.
Luca began to laugh.
What? You really don't know. My Gran isn't out of this. She's been scheming right under your nose. Jupiter? Seems like she's planning on crashing the town's party. She's going to disrupt the festival? Why would she?
The color drained from Nuncreed's face.
How does she know? Apparently, she knows a lot of things. What? Let's just say this isn't the only underground lair we busted into today. And honestly, hers was way cooler. She's got maps and explosive and bad intentions, big man.
Nuncreed grabbed Luca by the shoulders. His eyes were frantic.
You need to tell me what she's going to do right now. She doesn't understand what she's messing with. Tell me now, she's in danger, boy. I don't know. She had a map with marks on the fountain in town square. The fountain, but why would...
A jolt of realization struck Mr. Nuncreed.
She knows about the source? What the heck is the source? If she tries to destroy the source, it would crystallize and... Dear God, she's going to freeze us all! Yeah, she already done that twice. You all need to run. Run where? Away. As far away from this town as you can get. Head west and don't look back. That did not go how I expected. So, we're totally following him, right? Totally. You see on the other side. You good? Yep. I love this town.
Chapter 8. The Cold, Hard Truth. Beck leapt up, allowing the suction to yank her into the dark. Dimness eclipsed around her like the shutter of a camera, as she seemed to cover great distance in mere moments. Her only points of reference were glints of upcoming turns, which approached with frightening speed, only to carom her gracefully along. She heard the tinny, distant echoes of Rollo's glee. Once she stopped fighting against it, the ride was impossibly smooth. Then, all of a sudden, as if minutes had passed in an instant, light blazed into view. A burst of wintry air snuffed across her face, and she was flung out into the cold.
No. Where are they? That was intense. Yeah. I think I might have parted with some fluids in there. Any idea where we are? Somewhere cold. Doesn't look like it got any of us. It doesn't feel like we traveled that far. So where did we all go? This place sucks. Why would anyone even even want to blow something up out here? Only one way to find out, I suppose. We've got to catch up to Nuncrade. I think he went this way. This looks familiar, yeah. Maybe we can clear it off with the snow. No time. Nuncrade's getting away. Okay, this is starting to feel really familiar. I may not be the most well-versed in all things Beacon Pines, but this does look a lot like some sort of frozen replica of town. Ah, I got it. It's so obvious now. Mr. is an alien, Rollo. Stick with me here. His species can only live in sub-zero temperatures. Oh boy, here we go. The source is their base camp dimension, so naturally they keep it cold. We found it by traveling through some magnetic wormholes back there. The final objective, kill us all and shapeshift into Beacon Pine civilization of their choosing. You never really had me, but you very much lost me there. You get used to it. We should keep moving.
As they rounded the corner to the frozen town square, they spotted Mr. Nuncrede inching cautiously toward a pit at its center. He held his arms out gingerly, as if approaching a beast in the wild. Upon closing the distance, Luca recognized what Nuncrede was after. Gran stood confidently at the edge, one arm outstretched over the abyss. Nearby, a wheelbarrow had been emptied out. She held a lit torch, which flickered in the bitter wind.
Jupiter, I don't know what you think you're doing, but I assure you this is not going to solve anything. If you drop that, you've doomed this whole town. Oh, it wasn't me who doomed this town. I've been watching you, Joseph. I know what you've done. You and your co-conspirators. Gran? What's happening? Luca, you and your friends need to leave right this moment.
Mr. Nuncrede turned back toward the kids, desperation in his eyes.
Listen to your grandma, Luca. This is between me and Jupiter.
Rollo and Beck held steadfast in awe. Luca approached closer. Mr. Nuncrede spun back toward Gran, his voice growing louder.
You got it all wrong, Jupiter. Just hand over that torch. You don't understand what you're doing. How could I possibly trust you to do anything or do the right thing? Walt told me everything. He trusted you, and you betrayed that trust. Luca, did you know that this man's entire life is a lie? If it weren't for him, your father might still be alive.
Mr. Nuncrede winced with anguish. His voice hardened.
That's not true.
They both now yelled, not to each other, but at fate itself, making their peace with long-held burdens. The wind howled with encouragement.
Walt was like a brother to me. We just had different ideas about how to effect change. Very convenient that your way just happened to line your pockets. Now that's not fair.
They menaced at each other, both catching their breath. The moment balanced on a knife's edge. Amid a blur of emotions and memories, Luca's mind flooded with questions. The wind calmed, as if to give him the stage. And in the stillness, he began to weep. It was all just too much. Falling to his knees, Luca whimpered softly. The tears crystallized as they hit the snow. Gran stared at Luca for a moment with warm sympathy, remembering why this was all necessary.
This will make sense soon, Luca. Then everything can go back to normal. I promise.
She stiffened up, and brandished the torch at Mr. Nuncreed.
You can't hide behind those people any longer, Joseph. Once your precious source is destroyed, we'll see where your loyalties fall. Jupiter, don't.
Ignoring his final plea, Gran flung the torch into the deep darkness. She smiled and exhaled in relief. Mr. Nuncreed moaned in resignation. The torch echoed as it ricocheted down the hole, punctuated with a thunderous thud.
See, Joseph, I've learned one very important lesson in life. If you want things to change, then you must be willing
Before
to...
Gran could finish, the ground shook her to silence.
Oh, they all died in ice
Gran
again.
only had time to spin around and run to Luca. Her attempt to shield him, an honorable but trifling act. Unflinching love, pitted against an unthinking horror, there was no contest. Her warm embrace froze in an instant. That is where they remain, fixed in place, forever. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene. In a town brought low by its secrets, sits the frozen statues of a misguided band of meddlers. The end. Well, that was dire. On the bright side, we finally figured out where all the ice is coming from. Now, we just need to find a way to deal with a mystic, unfathomable force of nature.
How do I save this? Yeah, I'll figure that out in a minute. Does it auto-save? Do this last stream race. I didn't have enough people to do this last Alright guys, I need to raid out. Let's see. I will figure out how to save this and we'll probably pick it back up on Thursday. Yeah. Let's raid Lorraine. Alright, I do not stream tomorrow. But I will be back on Thursday. Thank you everybody who's been chilling with me for most of the day.